bearded man jerked his head in a reluctant nod. Leaning close to Bayan, he began whispering with low urgency. The wiry sailor refused to listen. Raising his curved blade on high, he leaped toward Yazbet, a snarling grimace on his face, and a terrible ululating cry rising from his mouth. Conan put a hand to his sword hilt. Bayan landed before her without striking, though, and it was immediately obvious that he thought to frighten her into immediate surrender. His grimace became a gloating smile. Yazbet's face paled, but with a shout of her own she thrust the sword into the seaman's midsection. The unsharpened blade could not penetrate far, but the point was enough to start a narrow stream of blood, and the force of the blow bulged Bayan's eyes. He gagged and staggered, but she did not rest. Clumsily but swiftly she brought the blunted blade down like a club on the shoulder of his sword arm. Bayan's scream was not of his choosing this time. His blade dropped from a hand suddenly useless. Before the tulwar struck the deck, Yazbet caught him a glancing blow on the side of the head, splitting his scalp to the bone. With a groan, Bayan sank to his knees. Conan watched in amazement as the wiry sailor tried desperately to crawl away. Yazbet pursued him across the deck, beating at his shoulders and back with the edgeless steel. Yelping, Bayan found himself against the rail. At one and the same time he tried to curl himself into a ball and claw his way through the wood to safety. "Surrender!" Yazbet demanded, standing above him like a fury. She stabbed at Bayan's buttocks, drawing a howl and a stain of red on his dirty, once white trousers. Hand on his dagger, Mukhtar started toward her, a growl rising in his throat. Suddenly Conan's blade was a shining barrier before the captain's eyes. "She won, did she not?" the young Cimmerian asked softly. "And you owe me 5 gold pieces. Or shall I shave your beard at the shoulders?" Another shriek came from Bayan. The other buttock of his trousers bore a spreading red patch as well now. "She won," Mukhtar muttered. He flinched as Conan caressed his beard with the broadsword, then almost shouted, "The wench won!" "See that this goes no further," Conan said warningly. He got a reluctant nod in reply. When the Cimmerian thrust out his palm, the gold coins were counted into it with even greater reluctance. "I won!" Yazbet shouted. Waving her short sword above her head, she capered gaily about the deck. "I won!" Conan sheathed his blade and swept her into the air, swinging her in a circle. "Did I not say that you would?" "You did," she laughed. "Oh, you did. On my oath, I will believe anything that you tell me from this moment, anything." He started to lower her feet to the deck, but her arms wove about his neck, and in some fashion he found himself kissing her. A pleasant armful indeed, he thought. Soft round breasts flattened against his broad chest. Abruptly he pulled her loose and set her firmly on the deck. "Practice, girl. There's a mort of practice to be done before I grind an edge on that blade for you, and you did not fight as I told you. I should take a switch to you for that. You could have been hurt." "But, Conan," she protested, her face falling. "Place your feet so," he said, demonstrating, for balance. "Do it, girl." Sullenly she complied, and he began to show her the exercises in the use of the short blade. That was the problem, he thought grimly, about setting out to protect a wench. Sooner or later you found yourself protecting her from you. 15. Squatting easily on his heels against the pitching of the ship as it breasted long swells, Conan watched Yazbet work her blunted blade against a leather-wrapped veil of cloaks and tunics. Despite a freshening wind, sweat rolled down her face, but already she had gone 10 times as long as she had managed the first day. She still wore her mannish garb, but had left off the woolen tunic, complaining that the coarse fabric scratched. The full curves of her breasts swelled at the lacings of her jerkin, threatening to burst the rawhide cords at her every exertion. Sword-arm dropping wearily, she looked at him with artistic pleading in her eyes. "Please, Conan, let me retire to my tent." That tent, no more than a rough structure of grimy canvas, had been his idea, both to keep her from the constant wetting of sudden squalls and to shelter her sleep from lustful eyes. "Please, already I will be sore." "There's plenty of liniment," he said gruffly. "It smells, and it stings. Besides, I cannot rub it on my back." "Perhaps if you—" "Enough rest," he said, motioning her back to the veil. "Slaver," she muttered, but her short sword resumed its whacking against leather. Well over half their voyage was done. The coast of Hyrcania was now a dark line on the eastern horizon, though they had yet a way north to sail. Every day since placing the Sica in her hands, he had forced Yazbet to practice, exercising from gray dawn to purple dusk. He had dragged her from her blankets, poured buckets of water over her head when she whined of the midday heat, and threatened keel-hauling when she begged to stop her work. He had tended and bandaged blisters on her small hands as well, and to his surprise those blisters seemed at once a mark of pride to her and a spur. Akiba dropped down beside him, eyeing Yazbet with respect. "She learns. Can you teach so well, and to a woman there is need of you in the army to train the many recruits we take of late." She has no ideas of sword-play to unlearn, Conan replied. Also, she does exactly as I say. Exactly? Akiba laughed, lifting an eyebrow. At the look on Conan's face, he pulled his countenance into an expression of exaggerated blandness. Does your stomach still trouble you? The youthful Cimmerian asked hopefully. My head and my legs now ignore the pitching, Akiba replied with a fixed grin. Conan gave him a doubtful look. Then perhaps you would like some well-aged mussels. Mukhtar has a keg of the ripest— No, thank you, Conan, the Turanian said in haste, a certain tautness around his mouth. As though eager to change the subject, he added, I have not noticed Bayan about today. You did not drop him over the side, did you? The Cimmerian's mouth tightened. I overheard him discussing his plans for Yazbet, and I spoke to him about it. In friendly fashion, I trust. 'Tis you who mutters that these sea-rats would welcome an excuse to slit our throats. In friendly fashion, Conan agreed. He is nursing his bruises in his blankets this day. Good, the Turanian said grimly. She is of an age with Zorel. A tasty morsel, that girl, Sharak said, sitting down on Conan's other side. Were I but 20 years younger, I would take her from you, Cimmerian. Yazbet's sword clanged on the deck, drawing all three men's eyes. She glared at them furiously. I am no trained ape or dancing bear that you three may squat like farmlouts and be entertained by me. She stalked away, then back to snatch up the sikka, her eyes daring them to speak as she did, and marched down the deck to disappear within her small tent before the mast. Your wench begins to develop a temper, Conan, Sharak said, staring after her. Perhaps you have made a mistake in teaching her to use a weapon. Akiba nodded with mock gravity. She is no longer the shy and retiring maiden that once she was, Cimmerian, thanks to you. Of course, I realize that she is no longer a maiden at all, also thanks to you, but at least you could gentle her before she begins challenging us all to mortal combat. How can you talk so, Conan protested. But moments gone you likened her to your own daughter. Aye, Akiba said gravely, his laughter gone. I was much concerned with Zorel's virtue while she lived. I see things differently now. Now she is dead, I hope that she had what joy she could of her life. I have not touched her, Conan muttered reluctantly, and bridled at their disbelieving stares. I rescued her. She's innocent and alone, with none to protect her but me. Mitra's mercies. As well ask a huntsman to pen a gazelle fawn and slay it there for sport. Sharak hooted with laughter. The tiger and the gazelle. But which of you is which? Which hunter, which prey? The wench has you marked, Cimmerian. 'Tis true, Akiba said. He essayed a slight smile. The girl is among those aboard this vessel who think her your wench. Xandru's 9 hells, do you think to be a holy man? I may let the pair of you swim the rest of the way, Conan growled. I tell you. His words trailed off as Mukhtar loomed over the three men. The bull-necked man tugged at his beard, spread fan-shaped across his chest, and eyed Conan with speculation. We are followed, he said finally. A galley. Conan rose smoothly to his feet and strode to the stern, Akiba and Sharak scrambling in his wake. Mukhtar followed more slowly. I see nothing but water, the Turanian sergeant complained, shading his eyes. Sharak muttered agreement, squinting furiously. Conan saw the follower, though, seeming no more than a chip on the water in the distance, but with the faint sweep of motion at its sides that told of long oars straining for speed. Pirates? Conan asked. Although there were many such on the Vilayet Sea, he did not truly believe those who followed were numbered among them. Mukhtar shrugged. Perhaps. He did not sound as if he believed it either. What else could they be? Akiba demanded. Mukhtar glanced sideways at Conan, but did not speak. I still see nothing, Sharak put in. "How soon before they come up on us?" Conan said. "Near dark," Mukhtar replied. He looked at the grey-green water, its long swells feathering whitely in the wind, then peered at the sky, where pale grey clouds were layered against the afternoon blue. "We may have a storm before, though. The villa yet is a treacherous bitch." The Cimmerian's eyes locked on the approaching ship, one huge fist thumping the rail as he thought. How to fight the battle that must come, and win? How? "If we have a storm," the old astrologer said, "then we will hide from them in it." "If it comes," Conan told him. "I have counted their oarstroke," Mukhtar said abruptly, "and they will kill slaves if they do not slacken it. Yet I do not believe they will. No one cares enough about Hyrcanians to chase them with such vigor. And Foam Dancer is a small ship, not a Drummond loaded to the gunwales with ivory and spices. It must be you three, or the wench. Have you the crown of Turan hidden in your bales? Is your jade a princess stolen from her father? Why do they follow so?" "We are traders," Conan said levelly, "and you have been paid to carry us to Hyrcania and back to Turan. I've got no coin for the last. You will get your gold, unless you let pirates take our trade goods and your ship. Then all you'll receive is a slaver's manacles, and you survive." Motioning the others to follow, the big Cimmerian left Mukhtar muttering into his beard and peering at the ship behind. In the waist of the ship, Conan took a place by the rail, where he too could watch the galley. It seemed larger now. Tamur joined them. "It follows us," Conan said quietly. "Ba'al-Sham," the Hyrcanian snarled at the same instant that Akiba, nodding, said, "Jandar." Sharrak shook his staff at the galley with surprising fierceness. "Let him send his demons. I am ready for them." Tamur's dark eyes shone. "This time we will carve him as a haunch of beef if he has 1,000 demons." Conan met Akiba's gaze. It seemed more likely that those on Foam Dancer would be meat on a spit. "How many men does such a vessel carry?" the Turanian asked. "I know little of naval matters." Conan's own knowledge of the sea was limited to his short time with the smugglers in Sultanapur, but he had been pursued by such vessels before. "There are 2 banks of oars to a side, but the oar slaves will not be used to fight. A vessel of that size might carry 5 score besides the crew." There was a moment of silence, broken only by the rigging lines humming in the rising wind. Then Sharrak said hollowly, "So many? This adventuring begins to seem ill-suited for a man of my years." "By the One Father, I shall die happy," Tamur said, "and I know Ba'al-Sham goes with me into the long night." Akiba shook his head bleakly. "He will not be on this ship. Such men send others to do their killing. But at least we shall find blood enough to pay our ferryman's fee, eh, Cimmerian?" "It will be a glorious fight in which to die," Tamur agreed. "I do not intend to die yet," the Cimmerian said grimly. "The storm," Sharrak said, his words holding a new excitement. "The storm will hide us." The clouds were thicker now and darker, obscuring the lowering sun. "Mayhap," Conan replied, "but we will not depend on that." The god of the icy peaks and wind-ravaged crags of Conan's Cimmerian homeland was Crom, Dark Lord of the Mound, who gave a man life and will and nothing more. It was given to each man to carry his own fate in his hands, and his heart and his head. Conan strode aft to Mukhtar, who still stood gazing at the galley. The bronze glint of its ram could be seen plainly now, knifing through gray swells. "Will they reach us before night falls?" Conan asked the captain. "Or before the storm breaks?" "The storm may never break," Mukhtar muttered. "On the villa yet, lightning may come from a sky where the sun was bright an instant before, or clouds may darken for days, then lift without a drop of rain. Do you lose me my ship, Cimmerian, I'll see your corpse." "It was in my mind you were a sea captain," Conan taunted, "not an old woman wanting only to play with her grandchildren." He waited for Mukhtar's neck to swell with anger and his face empurple, then went on. Listen, we may all be saved. For as long as we are able, we must run before them. Then, as Conan spoke, the dark color slowly left Mukhtar's face. Once he blanched and tried to stop the Cimmerian's flow of words, but Conan would not pause for the other's objections. He pressed on, and after a time Mukhtar began to listen intently, then to nod. "It may work," he said finally. "By Dagon's golden tail, it may just work. See to your nomads, Cimmerian." Whirling with more agility than would have seemed possible, the bulky captain roared, "To me, you whoresome dogs! To me, and listen to how I'll save your worthless hide still another time!" "What in Mitra's name is that all about?" Akiva asked when Conan was back at the rail. As Mukhtar's voice rose and fell in waves, haranguing the crew in the stern, Conan told his companions what he planned. A grin appeared on Sharrock's thin face, and he broke into a little dance. "We have them! We have them! What a grand adventure!" Tamur's smile was wolfish. "Whether we escape or die, this will be a thing to be told around the campfires. Come, Turanian, and show us if any remnant of Hyrcanian blood remains in you." With a wry shake of his head, Akiva followed Tamur to join the other nomads. It was done then, Conan thought. Nothing remained but Yazbet. Even as her name came into his head, she was there before him. Her soft round eyes caressed his face. "I heard," she said. "Where is my place in this?" "I will make you a place in the midst of the bales," he told her, "where you will be safe, from archers or slingers at least." "I will not hide." Her eyes flashed, suddenly no longer soft. "You've taught me much, but not to be a coward." "You'll hide if I must bind you hand and foot. But if it comes to that, I promise you'll not sit without wincing for a 10-day. Give me your sword," he added abruptly. "My sword? No." She clutched the hilt protectively, but he snatched the blade from her and started down the deck. She followed in silence, hurt, tear-filled eyes seeming to fill her face. In front of the mast, the ship's grindstone, where the crew sharpened axes and swords alike, was fastened securely to the planking. Working the foot treadle, Conan set the edge of the blunt sickle to the spinning stone. Sparks showered from the metal. With his free hand, he dripped oil from a clay jug onto the wheel. The heat must not grow too great, or the temper of the blade would be ruined. Yazbet scrubbed a hand across her cheek, damp with tears. "I thought that you meant that you are no woman warrior," he said gruffly, "not in these few days. But you may have need to defend yourself, and the worst comes." "Then you will not make me," she began, but he quelled her with an icy glance. The blood of battle was rising in him, driving out what small softness he had within. When steel was bared, the slightest remnant of gentleness could slay the one who bore it. Fiery sparks fountained from steel that was no harder than him who sharpened it. 16. About Foam Dancer's deck, men rushed, readying the parts of Conan's plan. The clouds darkened above, as if dusk had come 2 turns of the glass before its time, and wind strummed the rigging like a lute, yet no moisture fell on the deck save spume from waves shattering on the bow. Bit by bit the galley closed the distance, a deadly bronze-beaked centipede skittering across the water, seemingly unimpeded by the rising waves through which Foam Dancer now labored, wallowing heavily from trough to trough. Foam Dancer seemed a sluggish water beetle waiting to die. "They busy themselves in the bows!" Mukhtar bellowed suddenly. Conan finished tying the line around Yazbet's waist, where she lay between stacked bales, themselves lashed firmly to the deck. "You have no fear of being washed overboard now," he told her, "no matter how violent the storm becomes." "It's the catapult!" Mukhtar cried. Conan started to turn away, but Yazbet seized his hand, pressing her lips to his calloused palm. "I shall be waiting for you," she murmured, "when the battle is done." She tucked his hand lower, and he found his fingers inside her leather jerkin. A swelling breast nestled in his hand. With an oath he pulled his hand free, though not without reluctance. "There is no time for that now," he said roughly. Did she not realize how difficult it was for him already, he wondered, protecting a wench he longed to ravish? "They prepare to fire!" Mukhtar shouted, and Conan put Yazbet from his mind. "Now!" the young Cimmerian cried. "Cut!" In the stern, Mukhtar raced to the steering oar, roughly shoving aside the burly steersman to seize the thick wooden shaft himself. In the bow, 2 scruffy smugglers drew curved swords and chopped. Lines parted with loud snaps, and the bundles of extra sailcloth Conan had put over the side were loosed. The sleek vessel leaped forward, all but jumping from wave-top to wave-top. Almost beneath her stern, a stone fell, half a man-weight of granite, raising a fountain that drenched Mukhtar. "Now, Mukhtar!" Conan shouted. Snatching an oilskin bag, he ran aft. "I said now! The rest of you watch the pots!" The deck was dotted with scores of covered clay pots, scavenged from every corner of the ship. Some hissed as foaming water swirled around them and ran across the planking. Cursing at the top of his lungs, Mukhtar heaved at the steersman's oar, its massive thickness bowing from the strain. Slowly Foam Dancer responded, coming around. The crew dashed to run out long sweeps, stroking and backing desperately to aid the turn. This was the point that had made Mukhtar's face pale when Conan told him of it. Turned broadside to the line of waves, the vessel heeled over, further, till her rail lay nearly on the surface. Faces twisted with fear, the smugglers worked their oars with feverish intensity. Akiba, Sharok, and the Hyrcanians scrambled to keep the clay containers from toppling or washing over the side. For a froth-peaked gray mountain of water now rolled over the rail, till it seemed that men waded in shallows. Among those laboring men, Conan's eyes suddenly lit on Yazbet, free of her bonds, struggling among the rest of the pots. His curses were borne away by the wind, and there was no time to do anything about her. Sluggishly but certainly, Foam Dancer's bow came into the waves, and the vessel lifted. She did not ride easily, as she had before. There was likely water enough below decks to float a launch, but still she crested that first wave and raced on, back toward the galley. On the other ship, the catapult arm stood upright. If another stone had been launched, the splash of its fall had been lost in the rough seas. On the galley's decks, seeing their intended prey turn back on them, men raced about like ants in a crushed ant-hill. But not so many men as Conan had feared, unless they kept others below. Most of those he could make out wore the twinned queues of sailors. "We've lost half the pots," Akiba shouted over the howling wind. "Gone into the sea." "Then ready what we have," Conan bellowed back, "in full haste." The Hyrcanians took up oilskin sacks, like that Conan carried. Those on the other ship, apparently believing their quarry intended to come to grips, had now provided themselves with weapons. Swords, spears, and axes bristled along the galley's rail. In its bow, men labored to winch down the catapult's arm for another shot, but too late, Conan knew. Foam Dancer was now too close. Undoing the strings that held the mouth of his sack, Conan drew out its dry contents. a quiver of arrows, each with rags tied behind the head, and a short recurved bow. Near him a Hyrcanian, already holding his bow, knocked the top from a clay crock. Within, coals glowed dully, hissing from the spray that fell inside the container. A few quick puffs fanned them to crackling flame, and into that fire Conan thrust an arrow. The cloth tied to it burst into flame. In one swift motion the big Cimmerian turned, knocked, drew, and released. The fire arrow flew straight up to the galley, lodging in a mast. His was the signal. A shower of fire arrows followed, peppering the galley. Conan fired again and again as the two ships drew closer. Though now the galley tried to veer away, Foam Dancer gave chase. On the galley men rushed with buckets of sand to extinguish points of flame, but two blossomed for each that died. Tendrils of fire snaked up tarred ropes, and a great square sail was suddenly aflame, the conflagration whipped by shrieking wind. "Closer!" Conan called to Mukhtar. "Close under the stern!" The bull-necked man muttered, but Foam Dancer curved away from her pursuit, crossing the galley's wake a short spear throw from its stern. Hastily Conan capped the pot of coals, edging it into the oilskin bag with ginger respect for its blistering heat. Once the sack whirled about his head, twice, and then it arced toward the galley, dropping to its deck unnoticed by men frantically cutting away the flaming sail. "The oil!" Conan shouted, even as the sack fell. He seized another jar, this with its lid sealed in place with pitch, and threw it to smash aboard the galley. "Quickly, before the distance widens!" More sealed pots flew toward the other vessel. Half fell into tossing water, but the rest landed on the galley's stern. The two ships diverged, but now the galley's burning sail was over the side, and her men were turning to Foam Dancer. Conan pounded his fist on the rail. "Where is it?" he muttered. "Why has nothing—" Flame exploded in the stern of the galley as spreading oil at last reached the coals that had burned out of the sack. Screams rose from the galley, and wild cheers from the men of Foam Dancer. In that instant the rains came at last, a solid sheet of water that cut off all vision of the other ship. Wind that had howled now raged like a mad beast, and Mukhtar's vessel reeled to the hammer blows of waves that towered above her mast. "Keep us sailing north!" Conan shouted. He had to put his mouth close to Mukhtar's ear to be heard even so. Straining at the steering oar, the bearded man shook his head. "You do not sail a storm of the Villa yet," he bellowed. "You survive it!" And then the wind rose, ripping away even shouted words as they left the mouth, and talk was impossible. The wind did not abate, nor did the furious waves. Gray mountains of water, their peaks whipped to violent white spray, hurled themselves at Foam Dancer, as if the gods themselves, angered by her name, would prove that she could not dance with their displeasure. Those who had dared to pit this cockleshell against the unleashed might of the Villa yet could do naught but cling and wait. After an endless age, the rains began to slacken, and at last were gone. The wind that flogged choppy waves to whitecaps became no more than stiff, and whipped away the clouds to reveal a bright gibbous moon hung in a black velvet sky, its pale light half changing day for night. There was neither sight nor hint of the galley. "The fire consumed it," Sharrak gloated, "or the storm." "Perhaps," Conan answered doubtfully. And the fire had not been well caught. The storm would have extinguished it. And if Foam Dancer could ride that tempest, then the galley, if well handled, could have too. To Mukhtar, who had returned the steering oar to the steersman, he said, "Find the coast. We must find how far we've gone astray." "By dawn," the bearded man announced confidently. He seemed to feel that the battle with the sea had been his alone. The victory had put even more swagger into his walk. Yasbet, approaching, laid a hand on Conan's arm. "I must speak with you," she said softly. "And I with you," he replied grimly. "What in Mitra's name did you mean by—" But she was walking away, motioning for him to follow, stepping carefully among the night-shrouded shapes of men who had collapsed where they stood from exhaustion. Growling fearsome oaths under his breath, Conan stalked after her. She disappeared into the pale shadow of her sagging tent, its heavy fabric hanging low from the pounding of the storm. Furiously jerking aside the flap, he ducked inside, and had to kneel for lack of headroom. "Why did you leave where I put you?" he demanded, "and how? I made that knot too firm for your fingers to pick. You could have been killed, you fool wench, and you told me you'd stay there, promised it." She faced his anger, if not calmly, at least unflinchingly. "Indeed, your fingers wove a strong knot, but the sharp blade you gave me cut it nicely. As to why, you have taught me to defend myself. How could I do that, lashed like a bundle for the laundress? And I did not promise. I said I would be waiting for you when the battle was done. Did I not better that? I came to find you." "I remember a promise," he thundered, "and you broke it." Disconcertingly, she smiled and said quietly, "Your cloak is wet through." Delicate fingers unfastened the bronze pin that held the garment, and soft arms snaked about his neck as she pushed the cloak from his shoulders. Sensuous lips brushed the line of his jaw, his ear. "Stop that," he growled, pushing her away. "You'll not distract me from my purpose. Had I switched a hand, you would think yourself better off in your Amma's grasp." With an exasperated sigh, she leaned on one arm, frowning at him. "But you have no switch," she said. As he stared in amazement, she undid the laces of her jerkin and drew it over her head. Full, rounded breasts swung free, shimmering satin flesh that dried his throat. "Still," she went on, "your hand is hard and your arm strong. I have no doubt it will suffice for your purpose, did you call it?" Boots and trousers joined the jerkin. Twisting on her knees to face away from him, she pressed her face to the deck. Conan swallowed hard. Those lush buttocks of honeyed ivory would have brought sweat to the face of a statue, and he was all too painfully aware at that moment that he was flesh and blood. "Cover yourself, girl," he said hoarsely, "and stop this game. 'Tis dangerous, for I am no girl's toy." "And I play no game," she said, kneeling erect again, her knees touching his. She made no move toward her garments. "I know that all aboard this vessel think I am your leman." Her cheeks pinkened. That, more than her nudity, made him groan and squeeze his eyes shut. A brief look of triumph flitted across her face. "Have I not complained to you before," she said fiercely, "about protecting me when I did not want to be protected?" Unclenching white-knuckled fists, he pulled her to him. She gasped as she was crushed against his chest. "The toying is done, wench," he growled. "Say go, and I will go, but if you do not—" He toppled them both to the deck, her softness a cushion under him, his agate blue eyes gazing into hers with unblinking intensity. "I am no girl," she breathed, "but a woman. Stay." She wore a triumphant smile openly now. Conan thought it strange, that smile. But she was indeed a woman, and his mind did not long remain on smiles. 17. From a rocky headland covered with twisted, stunted scrub, waves crashing at its base, Conan peered inland, watching for Timur's return. The nomad had claimed that he would have horses for them all in 3 or 4 turns of the glass. But he had left at dawn, and the sun sat low in its journey toward the western horizon. On a short stretch of muddy sand, north of the headland, Foam Dancer lay drawn up, heeling over slightly on her keel. An anchor had been carried up the beach to dunes covered with tall, sparse brown grass, its long cable holding the vessel against the waves that tugged at her stern. Cooking fires dotted the sand between the ship and the dunes. Yazbet's tent had been pitched well away from the blankets of the Hyrcanians and the sailors, scattered among their piles of driftwood. As Conan turned back to his scanning, a plume of dust inland and to the south caught his eye. It could be Timur with the horses, or it could be who? He wished he knew more about this land. At least the sentry he had set atop the highest of the dunes could see the dust, too. He glanced in that direction and bit back an oath. The man was gone. The dust was closer, horses plain at its base. Timur, or some other? Making an effort to appear casual, he walked up the headland to where a steep downward slope led to the beach, dotted with wind-sculpted trees, their gnarled roots barely finding a grip in the rocky soil. Between the dunes and the plain lay thickets of such growth. He half slid down that slope, still making an effort to show no haste. At the fires he leaned over Akiba, who sat cross-legged before a fire, honing his sword. "Horsemen approach," he said quietly. "I know not if it is Timur or others, but the sentry is nowhere to be seen." Stiffening, the Turanian slid his honing stone into his pouch and his curved blade into its scabbard. He had removed his distinctive tunic and spiral helmet, for the Turanian army was little loved on this side of the villa yet. "I will take a walk in the dunes. You can see to matters here?" Conan nodded, and Akiba, taking up a spade as if answering a call of nature, strolled toward the dunes. "Yazbet!" Conan called, and she appeared at the flap of her tent. He motioned her to come to him. She made a great show of buckling on her sword belt and adjusting its fit on her hips before making her way slowly across the sand. As soon as she was in arm's reach of him, he grabbed her shoulders and firmly sat her down in the protection of a large driftwood bowl. "Stay there," he said when she made to rise. Turning to the others, scattered among the campfires, he said, as quietly as he could and still be heard, "None of you move." Some turned their faces to him curiously, and Mukhtar got to his feet. "I said don't move!" Conan snapped. Such was the tone of command in his voice that the bearded captain obeyed. Conan went on quickly. "Horsemen will be here any moment. I know not who. Be still." A Hyrcanian drew back the hand he had stretched forth for his bow, and a sailor who had risen with a look of running on his face froze. "Besides this, the sentry has disappeared. Someone may be watching us. Choose your place of cover, and when I give the word, not yet, seize your weapons and be ready. Now!" In an instant the beach seemed to become deserted as men rolled behind piles of driftwood. Conan snatched a bow and quiver and dropped behind the bowl with Yazbet. He raised himself enough to barely look over it, searching the dunes. "Why did you see to my safety before telling the others?" Yazbet demanded crossly. "All my life I have been wrapped in swaddling. I will be coddled no longer." "Are you the hero in a saga, then?" Was that the drumming of hooves he heard? Baron Zandru's 9 hells was Akiba. "Are you impervious to steel and proof against arrows?" "A heroine," she replied. "I will be a heroine, not a hero." Conan snorted. "Sagas are fine for telling before a fire of a cold night, or for entertaining children, but we are made of flesh and blood. Steel can draw blood, and arrows pierce the flesh. Do I ever see you attempting to be a hero or a heroine, you'll think your bottom has suddenly become a drum. Be still now." Without taking his eyes from the dunes, he felt the arrows in his quiver, checking the fletching. "Will we die, then, Conan, on this pitiful beach?" she asked. "Of course not," he said quickly. "I'll take you back to Agrapur and put pearls around your neck if I don't return you to Fatima for a stubborn wench first." Of a certainty, the sound of galloping horses was closer. For a long moment she seemed to consider that. Then suddenly she shouted, "Conan of Samaria is my lover, and I his. I glory in sharing his blankets." Conan stared at her. "Crom, girl, I told you to be still. If I am to die, I want the world to know what we share." As Conan opened his mouth, the drumming abruptly became a thunder, and scores of horses burst over the dunes, spraying muddy sand beneath their hooves, roiling in a great circle on the beach. Conan nocked an arrow, then hesitated when he saw that many of the horses had no riders. Tamur appeared out of the shifting mass of riders. "Do not loose!" Conan shouted, striding out to meet the Hyrcanian, who swung down from his horse as Conan approached. "Erlich take you, Tamur! You could have ended wearing more feathers than a goose riding in that way." "Did not Ondar tell you who we were?" the scarred Hyrcanian said, frowning. "I saw you set him to watch." "He was relieving himself," Akiba said disgustedly, joining them, and did not bother to set another in his place. He was trailed by a narrow-jawed Hyrcanian, greased mustaches framing his mouth and chin. Tamur glared at the man, who shrugged and said, "What is there to watch for, Tamur, these scavenging dung-rollers?" Ondar jerked his head at the mounted men, who sat their small, shaggy horses in a loose circle about those they herded. "You did not keep watch as you were told," Tamur grated. He turned and called to the other Hyrcanians, "Does any here stand for this one?" None answered. Alarm flashed onto Ondar's face, and he grabbed for his yataghan. Tamur spun back to the mustached man, his blade flashing from its scabbard, striking. Ondar fell, sword half-drawn, his nearly severed neck spurting blood into the sand. Tamur kicked the still jerking body. "Take this defiler of his mother's womb into the dunes, and leave him with the offal he thought was more important than keeping watch." Two of the Hyrcanians seized the dead man by his ankles and dragged him away. None of the others so much as twitched an eyebrow. Behind him, Conan could hear Yazbek retching. "At least you got the horses," Conan said. "They look more like sheep," Akiba muttered. Tamur gave the Turanian a pained look. "Perhaps, but they are the best mounts to be found on the coast. Hark you now, Conan. These horse traders tell me they have seen other strangers. Give them what they ask for the mounts, and they will tell what they know." "What they ask," Conan said dryly. "They would not be bloodkin of yours, would they, Tamur?" The Hyrcanian looked astonished. "You are an outlander, Sumerian, and ignorant, so I will not kill you. They are the scavengers and dung-rollers Ondar named them, living by digging roots and robbing the nests of seabirds. From time to time they loot a ship driven ashore by a storm." He thrust his blade into the sand to clean away Ondar's blood. "They are no better than savages. Come, I will take you to their leader." The men on the shaggy horses were a ragged lot, their sheepskin coats moth-eaten, their striped tunics threadbare and even filthier than when they were worn by seamen whose luckless vessels had ended on this coast. The leader was a stringy, weather-beaten man, with one suspicious darting eye and a sunken socket where the other had been. About his neck he wore a necklace of amethysts, half the gilding worn from the brass. It seemed one of those ships had carried a trull. "This is Beotan," Tamur said, gesturing to the one-eyed man. "Beotan, this is Conan, a trader known in far lands and a warrior feared by many." Beotan grunted and shifted his eye to Conan. "You want my horses, trader? For each horse 5 blankets, a sword and an axe, plus a knife, a cloak, and 5 pieces of silver." "Too much," Conan said. Tamur groaned. For Conan's ear alone he muttered, "Forget the trading, Cimmerian. 'Tis the means to destroy Baal-Sham we seek." Conan ignored him. Poor traders were little respected, and a lack of respect would mean poor information, if not outright lies. For every 2 horses, 1 blanket and 1 sword. Beotan showed the stumps of yellowed teeth in a grin and climbed down from his horse. "We talk," he said. The talk, Beotan and Conan squatting by one of the campfires, was more leisurely than Conan would have liked, yet he had to maintain his pose as a trader. Tamur produced clay jugs of sour Hyrcanian beer and lumps of mare's milk cheese. The beer made Beotan's eyes light up, but the one-eyed man gave ground grudgingly and often stopped bargaining entirely to talk of the weather or some incident in his camp. At last, though, the bargain was struck. The sky was beginning to darken. Men dragged in more driftwood to pile on the fires. For the pack horses they needed 1 sword and 1 blanket. For the animals they would ride 1 axe and 1 blanket, plus a knife for every man with Beotan and 2 pieces of gold for the stringy man himself. "Done," Conan said. Beotan nodded and began to produce items from beneath his coat. A pouch, a small pair of tongs, what appeared to be a copy of a bull's horn, half-sized and molded in clay. Before Conan's astonished gaze, Beotan stuffed herbs from the pouch into the clay horn. With the tongs, the one-eyed man deftly plucked a coal from the fire and used it to puff the herbs to a smoldering burn. Conan's jaw dropped as the man drew deeply on the horn, inhaling the pungent smoke. Tilting back his head, Beotan expelled the smoke in a long stream toward the sky, then offered the horn to Conan. Tamur leaned close to speak in his ear. "'Tis the way they seal a bargain. You must do the same. I told you they were savages." Conan was prepared to believe it. Doubtfully, he took the clay horn. The smoldering herbs smelled like a fire in a rubbish heap. Putting it to his mouth, he inhaled and barely suppressed a grimace. It tasted even worse than it smelled, and felt hot enough to blister his tongue. Fighting an urge to gag, he blew a stream of smoke toward the sky. "They mix powdered dung with the herbs," Tamur said, grinning, "to ensure even burning." From across the fire, Akiba laughed. "Would you like some aged mussels, Cimmerian?" he called, near to rolling on the sand. Conan ground his teeth and handed the clay horn back to Beotan, who stuck the horn in his mouth and began to emit small puffs of smoke. The Cimmerian shook his head. He had seen many strange customs since leaving the mountains of his homeland, but sorcery aside, this was certainly the strangest. When his mouth no longer felt as if he were attempting to eat a coal from the fire, though the taste yet remained, Conan said, "Have you seen any other strangers on the coast? You understand that I must be concerned with other traders." "Strangers," Beotan said, through teeth clenched around the clay horn, "but no traders." Each word came out accompanied by a puff of smoke. "They bought horses, too. No trade goods. Silver." He grinned suddenly. "They paid too much." "Not traders," Conan said, pretending to muse. "That is strange indeed." "Strangers are strangers. Their boat was much charred at the back, and some of them suffered from burns." The galley. It had survived both fire and storm after all. "Perhaps we might help these men," Conan said. "How far off are they, and in which direction?" Beotan waved a hand to the south. Half a day, maybe a day. Far enough that they might not know Foam Dancer had also survived. But if that was so, why the horses? Perhaps there was something here that Jondar feared. Conan felt excitement rising. "Use our campfires this night," he said to Beotan. "Akiba, Tamur, we ride at first light." Yasbet appeared from the dark to nestle her hip against Conan's shoulder. "It grows cold," she said. "Will you warm me?" Rippled laughter rose from the listening men, but oddly, a glare from her silenced them, even Tamur and Beotan. "That I will," Conan said, and as he rose, flipped her squealing over his shoulder. Her squeals had turned to laughter by the time they reached her tent. "Put me down, Conan," she managed between giggles. "'Tis unseemly." Suddenly the hair on the back of his neck rose, and he whirled, staring into the dark at the headland. "Are you trying to make me dizzy, Conan? What is it?" Imaginings, he told himself. Naught but imaginings. The galley and those it carried were far to the south. Sure, Foam Dancer and all aboard had perished in the storm. "'Tis nothing, wench," he growled. She squealed with laughter as he ducked into the tent. Chafan rose slowly from the shadows where he had dropped, and peered at the beach below, dotted with campfires. There was no more to learn by watching. The barbarian was abed for the night. He made his way across the headland and down the far slope, gliding sure-footed over the rough ground, a wraith in the night. Sweet Eye was waiting at their small fire, well shielded by scrub growth, along with the 6 they had chosen from the uninjured to accompany them. The men huddled silently on the far side of the fire from the Khitans. They had seen just enough on the voyage to guess that the 2 black-robed men carried a sort of deadliness they had never before encountered. Thus they feared greatly and wisely, although still ignorant. "What did you see?" Sweet Eye asked. He sipped at a steaming decoction of herbs. Chafan squatted by the fire, filling a cup with the same bitter liquid as he spoke. "They are there, and they have obtained horses from that dung-beetle Beotan." "Then let us go down and kill them," Sweet Eye said. "It may be more difficult if we must find them again." The 6 who had accompanied them from the galley shifted uneasily, but the Khitans did not appear to notice. "Not until they have found what they came to seek," Chafan replied. "The great lord will not be pleased if we return with naught but word of their deaths." He paused. "We must be careful of the barbarian called Conan." "He is but a man," Sweet Eye said, "and will die as easily as any other." Chafan nodded slowly, uncertain why he had spoken such a thing aloud. And yet, in his boyhood had he learned the art of appearing invisible, of hiding in the shadow of a leaf and becoming one with the night. But there was that about the muscular barbarian's gaze that seemed to penetrate all such subterfuge. That was nonsense, he told himself. He was of the Brothers of the Way, and this Conan was but a man. He would die as easily as any other. Yet the doubts remained. 18. Tugging his cloak closer about him against the brisk wind, Conan twisted on his sheepskin saddle-pad to look behind for the 100th time since dawn. Short-grassed plain and rolling hills, so sparsely grown with a single stunted tree, was a startlement, revealed no sign of pursuit. Disgruntled, he faced front. The pale yellow sun, giving little warmth in the chill air, rose ahead of them toward its zenith. The villa yet lay 2 nights behind. No matter what his eyes told him, deeper instinct said that someone followed, and that instinct had kept him alive at times when more civilized senses failed. The party rode well bunched, half of the Hyrcanians leading strings of pack horses, cursing. The small beasts, seeming a little larger than the hampers and bales lashed to their pack saddles, tried to turn their tails into the wind whenever they found slack in the lead ropes. The men, not so encumbered, kept hands near weapons and eyes swiveling in constant watch. It was not unknown for travelers to be attacked on the plains of Hyrcania. Traders were usually immune, but more than one had lost his head. Tamur galloped his shaggy horse between Conan and Akiba. "Soon we shall be at the blasted lands." "You have been saying that since we left the sea," Conan grumbled. His temper was not improved by the way his feet dangled on either side of his diminutive mount. "A few more hills, Cimmerian, but a few more. And you must be ready to play the traitor. One of the tribes is sure to be camped nearby. Each takes its turn guarding the blasted lands." "You've said that as well." "I hope we find a village soon," Yasbet said through clenched teeth. She half stood in her stirrups then, seeing the amusement that flitted across the men's faces, sat again hastily, wincing. Conan managed to keep a straight face. "There is liniment in one of the packs," he offered. It was not his first time to do so. "No," she said brusquely, the same answer she had given to his other offers. "I need no coddling." "'Tis not coddling," he snapped, exasperated. "Anyone may use liniment for a sore muscle." "Let him rub some on," Sharok chortled. The astrologer clung to his horse awkwardly, like a stick figure placed on a pony by children. "Or if not him, wench, then let me." "Still your tongue, old man," Akiba said, grinning. "I see you ride none too easily yourself, and I may take it in mind to coat you with so much liniment that you run ahead of us the rest of the way." "You have done well, woman," Tamur said suddenly, surprising everyone. "I thought we would have to tie you across your saddle before the sun was high. But you have the determination of a Hyrcanian." "I thank you," she told him, glaring at the Cimmerian. "I was not allowed. That is, I have never ridden before. I walked, or was carried in a palanquin." She eased herself on her saddle pad and muttered an oath. Sharok cackled until he broke into a fit of coughing. "I will use the liniment this night," Yasbet said stiffly, "though I am not certain the cure won't be worse than the disease." "Good," Conan said. "Else by tomorrow you'll not be able to walk, much less—" He broke off as they topped a rise. Spread before them was a great arc of yurts. More than 1,000 of the domed felt structures dotted the rolling plain like gray mushrooms. "There's the encampment you predicted, Tamur. I suppose 'tis time for us to begin acting the part of traitors." "Wait. This could be ill," the nomad said. "There are perhaps 4 tribes camped here, not one. Among so many, there may well be one who remembers that we swore vengeance on Baal-Sham despite the ban. Do they realize we have brought you here to break the taboo on the blasted lands?" A murmur rose from the other Hyrcanians. From the tents, 200 of fur-capped horsemen galloped toward them, lance points glittering in the rising sun. "It is too late to turn back now." Conan kicked his mount forward. "Follow me, and remember to look like traitors." "For violating a taboo," Tamur said, trailing after the Cimmerian, "a man is flayed alive, and kept so for days while other parts important to a man are removed slowly. Burning slivers are thrust into his flesh." "Flayed?" Sharok said hollowly. "Other parts? Burning slivers? Perhaps we could turn back after all." Yet he followed as well, as did the others, Yasbet riding with shoulders back and hand on sword hilt, Akiba in an apparently casual slouch above the cased bow strapped ahead of his saddle pad. The rest of the Hyrcanians came more slowly, muttering, but they came. Tamur raised his sword hand in greeting, and no doubt to show that he did not intend to draw the weapon, as they approached the other horsemen. "I see you. I am called Tamur, and am returned to my people from across the sea, bringing with me this traitor who is called Conan." "I see you," the leader of the mounted nomads said, lifting his right hand. Squat and dark, mustaches thick with grease dangling below his chin, he eyed Conan suspiciously from beneath the fur cap pulled down to his shaggy brows. "I am called Zutan. It is late in the year for traders." Conan put on a broad smile. "Then there will be no others to compete with me." Zutan stared at him, expressionless, for a long moment. Then, wheeling his horse, he motioned them to follow. The riders from the encampment spread out in two lines, one to either side of Conan and his party, escorting them, or guarding them perhaps, into the midst of the yurts, to a large open space in the center of the crescent. People gathered around them, men in fur caps and thick sheepskin coats, women in long woolen dresses, dyed in a rainbow of colors, with hooded fur cloaks held close about them. Those males who had reached an age to be called men were uniformly surrounded by the rankness of rancid grease, and those of middle years or beyond were so weathered and leather-skinned as to make their ages all but impossible to tell. The women, however, were another matter. There were toothless crones among them and wrinkled hags, but one and all they seemed clean. Many of the younger women were pretty enough for any Zanana. They moved lithely to the tinkle of ankle bells beneath their skirts, and more than one set of dark, cold eyes followed the young giant above full, smiling lips. Sternly, Conan forced himself to ignore the women. He had come for a means to destroy Jandar, not to disport himself with nomad wenches. Nor would the need to kill father, brother, husband, or lover help him, nor would trouble with Yazbet. As he swung down from his woolly mount, Conan leaned close to Tamur and spoke softly. "Why do the women not grease their hair also?" Tamur looked shocked. "'Tis a thing for men, Sumerian." He shook his head. "Hark you, I have meant to speak on this to you for some time. Many traders adopt this custom while among us. It would aid your disguise to be seen to do so. Perhaps you could grow a mustache as well, and this washing you insist on is a womanly thing. It saps the strength." "I will think on these things," Conan said. He noticed Akiba, a wry smile on his dark face, peering at him over his horse. "Long mustaches," the Turanian said, "and mayhap a beard like that of Mukhtar." Conan growled, but before he could reply, a sharp cry broke from Yazbet. He spun to see her half fall from her saddle-pad in attempting to dismount. Darting, he caught her before she collapsed completely to the ground. "What ails you, wench?" "My legs, Conan," she moaned. "They will not support me. And my—" Her face reddened. "My muscles are sore," she whispered. "Liniment," he said, and she moaned again. The crowd about them stirred. Hastily he lifted her back to her feet and put her hands on her sheepskin saddle-pad. "Hold to that. You must keep your feet a moment longer." Half sobbing, she tangled her hands in the thick wool. He turned immediately from her to more pressing matters. Zutan pushed his way to the forefront of those watching. 4 squat, bow-legged elders followed him, and the murmurs of the onlookers were stilled. "I present to you," Zutan intoned, "the trader called Conan. Know, Conan, that you are presented to the chiefs of the 4 tribes here assembled, to Olotan, to Arenzar, to Zoan, to Sibuyan. Know that you are presented to men who answer only to the great king. Know this and tremble." It was near impossible to tell the age of any man above 25 in those tribes, but these men had surely each amassed 3 times so many years, if not 4. Their faces were gullied rather than wrinkled, and had the color and texture of a boot left 10 years in the desert sun. The hair that straggled from under their filthy fur caps was as white as bleached parchment, beneath a coating of grease, and their mustaches, just as pale, were long and thin. One had no teeth at all, muttering through his gums, while the other 3 showed blackened stumps when they opened their mouths. Yet the 8 black eyes that peered at him were hard and clear, and there was no tremor in the bony hands that rested lightly on the hilts of their yataghans. Conan raised his right hand in the greeting Tom Moore had used. What did traitors say at these times, he wondered. Whatever he said, though, it had best come fast. Zutan was beginning to tug at his mustache impatiently. "I see you. I am honored to be presented to you. I will trade fairly with your people." The four stared at him unblinkingly. Zutan's tugging at his mustache became more agitated. What else was he supposed to say, Conan thought, or do? Suddenly he turned his back on the chiefs and hurried back among the pack animals. Mutters sounded among the tribesmen, and the Hyrcanians who held the guide ropes eyed him with frowns. Hastily he unroped a wicker hamper and drew out 4 tulwars, their hilts ivory and ebony. The blades had been worked with beeswax and acid into scenes of men hunting with bows from horseback, with silver rubbed across the etchings, hammered till the Argentine metal shone. Conan had raised a storm when he found the blades among the trade goods. He was still of a mind that Tom Moore had meant them for himself and his friends, but they had already been paid for. Now he was glad of them. As the Cimmerian returned, 2 swords in each huge fist, Tom Moore groaned. "Not those, Northerner. Some other blades, not those." Conan reached the 4 chiefs, and after a moment awkwardly sketched a bow. "Accept these humble gifts as a token of my admiration." Dark eyes sparked avariciously, and the blades were snatched as if the squat man expected them to be withdrawn. The etched steel was fingered. For a time Conan was ignored. At last the chief nearest him, Conan thought he was the one called Sibuyan, looked up. "You may trade here," he said. Without another word, the 4 turned away, still fingering their new swords. Akiba put a hand on Conan's arm. "Come, Cimmerian, we traders must display our wares." "Then display them. I must see to Yazbet." As he returned to her, Conan ignored the bustle of hampers being lifted from pack saddles, of pots and knives, swords and cloaks being spread for eager eyes. The throng pressed close, many calling offers of furs or ivory or gold as soon as items appeared. Some of Tom Moore's followers began gathering the horses. Yazbet had sagged to her hands and knees on the hard-packed ground beside her mount. Muttering an oath, Conan stripped off his cloak and spread it on the ground. When he had her lying on it, face down, he removed the sheepskin saddle pad from her horse and put it beneath her head. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Can you stand at all?" "I do not need to be wrapped in swaddling," she replied between clenched teeth. "Hanuman stones, wench, I do not swaddle you. You must be able to ride when it is time to go." She sighed, not looking at him. "I can neither stand nor ride. I cannot even sit." She laughed mirthlessly. "It is possible we may have to leave suddenly," he said slowly. "It may be needful to tie you across a saddle. And again, I do not mean to mock you by that." "I know," she said quietly. Suddenly she grasped his hand and pulled it to her lips. "You have not only my body," she murmured, "but my heart and soul. I love you, Conan of Cimmeria." Brusquely he pulled his hand away and stood. "I must see to the others," he muttered. "You will be all right here? It may be some time before your tent can be put up." "I am comfortable." Her words were so soft he barely heard them. With a quick nod he strode to where the trade goods were displayed. Why did women always have to speak of love, he wondered. The most calloused trull would do it, given a finger-breadth of encouragement, and other women took even less. Then they expected a man to act like a giddy boy with his first hair on his chin, or worse, like a poet or a bard. He glanced back at Yazbet. Her face was buried in the sheepskin, and her shoulders shook as if she cried. No doubt her rump pained her. Growling wordlessly under his breath, he joined his fellows acting the traitor. Sharok bounced from nomad to nomad, always gesticulating, here offering lumps of beeswax, there pewter cups from Coran, or combs of tortoiseshell from Zambula, or lengths of Vendian silk. Akiba was more sedate in his demonstrations of the weapons, tulwars bearing the stamp of the royal arsenal of Turan, glaives from far Aquilonia, and even ketens, broad-bladed battle-axes from Stygia. Tamur and his men, on the other hand, squatted to one side, passing among themselves clay jars of the ale they had gotten from men of the tribes. Conan walked among the goods, stopping from time to time to listen to Akiba or Sharok bargain, nodding as if he agreed with what was being done. A merchant who had 2 men to do the actual peddling surely was not expected to do more. The trading was brisk, but Conan was soon thinking more of quenching his thirst with a crock of ale than of his play-acting. It was then that he noticed the woman. Past her middle years, she was yet a beauty, tall and well-breasted, with large dark eyes and full red lips. Her fur-trimmed blue cloak was of fine wool, and her kirtle of green was slashed with panels of blue silk. Her necklace of intricate links was gold, not gilded brass. The brooch that held her cloak was a large emerald, and the bracelets at her wrists were of matched amethysts. And she had no eye for the perfumes or gilded trinkets that Sharok bartered away. Her gaze never left the muscular Cimmerian. An interested gaze. Conan judged her to be the woman of a wealthy man, perhaps even of a chief. That made her just the sort of woman he should avoid, even more so than the other women of the tribe. He made sure there was nothing in his expression that she could read as invitation, and turned away to make a show of studying the goods laid out on a nearby blanket. "You are young to be a trader," a deep female voice said behind him. He turned to find himself face to face with the woman who had been watching him. "I am old enough," he said in a flat tone. His youth was a touchy point with him, especially with women. Her smile was half mocking, half something more. "But you are still young. A man must begin at some age. Do you wish to trade for something? I would think you would be demonstrating the swords and spears to the men, youngling." Her gaze caressed the breadth of his shoulders, trailed like fingers across the tunic strained by the muscles of his deep chest. "Perhaps coal for your eyes." He snatched a small blue-glazed jar from the blanket and held it out to her. His eyes searched the crowd for a man taking an unfriendly interest in their conversation. This woman would have men after her when she was a grandmother. "From the way that sword sits on your hip, I would name you not merchant, but—" She put a finger to her lips as if in thought. "Warrior." "I am a trader," he said emphatically. "If not coal, perhaps perfume?" "Nothing," she said, amusement in her eyes. "For now, at least. Later I will have something from you." She turned away, then stopped to look at him over her shoulder. "And that is perfume, trader." Her laughter, low and musical, hung in the air after she had disappeared into the crowd. With a sudden sharp crack, the small jar shattered in Conan's grip. "Ehrlich, take all women," he muttered, brushing shards of glazed pottery from his hand. There was nothing to be done about the smell of jasmine that hung about him in a cloud. Grumbling, he resumed his pacing among the trade goods. Occasionally a man would glance at him in surprise, nose wrinkling, or a woman would eye him and smile. Each time he hurried furiously elsewhere, muttering ever more sulphurous oaths under his breath. A bath, he decided. When their camp was set, he would bathe, and Mitra blast all the Hyrcanians if they thought it unmanly. 19. Throughout the day, the trading continued briskly, goods from the west for goods looted from eastern caravans. As twilight empurpled the air, Zutan returned. The bargaining tribespeople began to trail away at his appearance. I will show you to your sleeping place, the greasy-mustached Hyrcanian said. Come. And he stalked off in the rolling walk of one more used to the back of a horse than to his own feet. Conan set the others to repacking the trade goods, then scooped Yazbet into his arms. She was in an exhausted sleep so deep that she barely stirred as he carried her after Zutan to a spot a full 300 paces from the yurts. You sleep here, the nomad said. It would be dangerous to leave your fires after dark. The guards do not know you. You might be injured. That thought apparently caused no pain in his heart. Traders might be necessary, his expression said, but they warranted neither the hospitality of shelter nor trust. Conan ignored him. It was better than killing him, though less satisfying, and commanded Yazbet's tent to be erected. As soon as the stakes were driven and the ropes drawn taut, he carried her inside. She gave but a sleepy murmur as he removed her garments and wrapped her in blankets. Perhaps sleep would help her, he thought. His nose twitched at the scent of jasmine that was beginning to fill the tent. Sleep would not help him. When he went outside, Zutan was gone. The sky grew blacker by the moment, and fires of dried dung cast small pools of light. The yurts could have been half a world away, for their lamps and fires were all inside, and the encampment of the tribes was lost in the dark. The horses had been tied to a picket line, near which the hampers of trade goods were shadowy mounds. Straight to those mounds Conan went, rummaging through them until he found a lump of harsh soap. Thrusting it into his belt pouch, he hefted 2 water bags in each hand and stalked into the night. When he returned, an odor of lye came from him, and it was all he could do to stop his teeth from chattering in the chill wind that whipped across the plain. Settling cross-legged beside the fire, where a kettle of thick stew bubbled, he accepted a horn spoon and a clay bowl filled to the brim. I am not certain that lye improves on jasmine, Akiba said, sniffing the air pointedly. A fine scent, jasmine, Sharok cackled. You are a little large for a dancing girl, Cimmerian, but I do believe it became you more than your new choice. Tamur choked on stew and laughter. Conan raised his right hand, slowly curling it into a massive fist until his knuckles cracked. I smell nothing. He looked challengingly at each of the other 3 in turn. Does anyone else? Chuckling, Akiba spread his hands and shook his head. All this washing is bad for you, Tamur said, then added quickly as Conan made to rise, but I smell not. You are a violent man, Cimmerian, to act so over a jest among friends. We will talk of other things, Conan said flatly. Silence reigned for a moment before Sharok spoke up. Trade. We'll talk of trade. Conan, it is no wonder merchants are men of wealth. What we bargained for today will bring at least 300 pieces of gold in Agrapur, yet a full 2/3 of the trade goods remain. Mayhap we should give up adventuring and become traders in truth. I have never been rich. I think I would find it pleasing. We are here for more important matters than gold, Conan growled. He set aside his bowl. His hunger had left him. Know you that we have been followed since the coast? Tamur looked up sharply. Beotan? I thought he had an eye for more than he received for the horses. Not Beotan, Conan replied. You looked back often, Akiva said thoughtfully, but said nothing, and I saw no one. Conan shook his head, choosing his words with care. Nor did I see anyone. Still, someone was following. Or something. There was a feel not human about it. Sharok laughed shakily. And Jandar, or Baal Sham, or whatever he chooses to call himself, has come after us to these wastes. I will think on journeying to Kitai, or further, if there is any place further. Baal Sham is a man, Tamur said nervously. He eyed the surrounding darkness and edged closer to the fire, dropping his voice. But the spirits, if he has sent dead men after us. A footstep sounded beyond the small pool of light from the fire, and Conan found himself on his feet, broadsword in hand. He was somewhat mollified to see that the others had drawn weapons as well. Even the old astrologer was shakily holding his staff out like a spear. Zutan stepped into the light and stopped, staring at the bared steel. Conan sheathed his blade with a grunt. It is dangerous to leave your fires in the dark, he said. The Hyrcanian's mustache twitched violently, but all he said was, Samara will see you now, Conan. Samara? Tamur's voice was a dry speak. She is here? Who is this Samara? Conan demanded. Mayhap I do not wish to see her. No, Conan, Tamur said insistently. You must. Samara is a powerful shamaness, very powerful. A shamaness, Sharok snorted. Women should not be allowed to meddle in such matters. Hold your tongue, old man, Tamur snapped, else you may find your manhood turned to dust or your bones to water. She is powerful, I say. He had turned his back to Zutan and was grimacing vigorously at Conan. The young Cimmerian eyed him doubtfully, wondering if Tamur's fear of this woman was enough to unhinge him. Why does Samara wish to see me? He asked. Samara does not give reasons, Zutan replied. She summons, and those she summons come, even chiefs. I will go to her, Conan said. Tamur's groan was loud as Conan followed Zutan into the dark. They walked to the yurts in silence. The nomad would not deign to converse with a trader, and Conan had his own thoughts to occupy him. Why did this Samara wish to speak with him? Her sorceress arts could have told her the true reason for his presence in Hyrcania, but only if she had purposely sought it out. In his experience of such things, nothing was found unsought, and nothing was sought casually. Knowledge had its price when gained by thaumaturgical means, and though he had met sorcery and magic in many forms, never had he known it used to satisfy mere curiosity. Had this Samara been a man, he could have first explained, then, and that did not work, slain the fellow. But it was not in him to kill a woman. Lost in the workings of his mind, Conan started when the other halted before a huge yurt and motioned him to enter. The structure of felt stretched on wooden frames was at least 20 paces across, fit for a chief. But then, he told himself, a shamaness who could summon chiefs would certainly live as well as they. Without another glance at Zutan, he pushed open the flap and went in. He found himself in a large chamber within the yurt, its walls brocaded hangings. The ground was covered by Kashmiri carpets in a riot of colors, dotted with cushions of silk. Gilded lamps hung on golden chains from the wooden frames of the roof, and a charcoal fire in a large bronze brazier provided warmth against the chill outside. So much he had time to note, then his eyes popped as 8 girls burst from behind the hangings. From lithe to full-bodied they ranged, and their skins, from a paleness that spoke of Aquilonia to Hyrcanian brownness to the yellow of well-aged ivory. Gilded bells tinkled at their ankles as they ran giggling to surround him. Such was the whole of their costume. His vision seemed filled by rounded breasts and buttocks as they urged him to a place on the cushions before the brazier. A scent of roses hung about them. No sooner was he seated than two darted away to return with damp cloths to wipe his face and hands. Another set a chaste silver tray of dates and dried apricots by his side, while a fourth poured wine from a crystal flagon into a goblet of beaten gold. The music of flutes and zithers filled the chamber. The remaining girls had taken up the instruments and, seating themselves cross-legged, played. The four who had served him began to dance. "Where is Samara?" he asked. "Well, answer me. Where is she?" The music soared, and the dancers with it, but none spoke. He picked up the goblet, but put it down again untouched. Strong powders could be put in wine. He wagered that this shamaness knew of them. Best he neither eat nor drink till he was gone from Samara's dwelling place. And best he not eye the girls too closely either. Mayhap the shamaness had a reason for wishing his attention occupied. He kept a close watch on the hangings, and a hand on his sword. But despite his intentions, he found his eyes drifting back to the dancing girls. Graceful as gazelles, they leaped, legs striding wide on air, then rolled to the carpets, hips thrusting in abandon. Sweat beaded his forehead, and he wondered if perhaps the fire in the brazier made the yurt too hot. Did this Samara remain away much longer, he might forget himself. Even though they would not talk, these girls might be willing to disport themselves with a young northerner. A single sharp clap sounded above the music. Immediately the girls left off playing and dancing and dashed behind the hangings. The grin that had begun on Conan's face faded, and his hand returned to his sword as he sprang to his feet. The hangings parted, and the woman who had taunted him earlier appeared. The cloak was gone now, and long hair as black as night hung in soft waves about her shoulders. Her long kirtle clung to her curves. "I prefer the dancing of young men," she said, "but I did not think you would share my taste." "You?" Conan said incredulously. "You are Samara?" She gave a throaty laugh. "You are disappointed that I am not an aged crone with a beak of a nose and warts. I prefer to remain as I am for as long as the arts of woman and magic combined can keep me so." Her hands smoothed the bosom of her kirtle, pulling it tight over full, round breasts. "Some say I am still beautiful." Delicately wetting her lips, she moved closer. "Do you think so?" The woman had no need of sorcery for distraction, Conan thought. The musk of her perfume seemed to snare his brain. With no more than what was known to every woman, she had his blood inflamed, his throat thick with desire. "Why did you send for me?" he rasped. Her dark eyes caressed his face more sensuously than hands might have done, slid lingeringly across his broad shoulders and massive chest. Her nostrils flared. "You washed the scent away," she said, a touch of mocking disappointment in her tone. "Hyrcanian women are used to men who smell of sweat and horse and grease. That scent would have gained you many favorable looks. But even so, you are an exotic, with your muscles and your size, and that pale skin, and those eyes." Her slender fingers stopped a hair's breadth from his face, tracing along his cheek. "The color of the sky," she whispered, "and as changeable. The spring sky after a rain, the sky of a fall morning. And when you are angry, a sky of thunder and storms. An exotic giant. You could have your pick of half the women in this encampment, perhaps 3 or 4 at a time, if such is your taste." Angrily, he wrapped an arm about her, lifting her from the ground, crushing her softness against his chest. His free hand tangled in her hair, and the blue eyes that stared into hers did indeed have much of the storm in them. "Taunting me is a dangerous scheme," he said. even for a sorceress." She stared back unperturbed, a secretive smile dancing on her lips. "When do you mean to enter the blasted lands, Outlander?" Involuntarily his grip tightened, wringing a gasp from her. There was naught of the sky in his gaze now, but rather ice and steel. "It is a foolish time to reveal your sorceries, woman." "I am at your mercy." With a sigh that smacked of contentment, she wriggled to a more comfortable position, shifting her breasts disturbingly against his hard chest. "You could break my neck merely by flexing your arm, or snap my spine like a twig. I can certainly perform no magic held as I am. Perhaps I have made myself helpless before your strength to prove that I mean you no harm." "I think you are as helpless as a tigress," he said wryly. Abruptly, he set her heels on the carpets. There was a tinge of disappointment in her eyes as she patted her hair back into place. "Speak on, woman. What suspicions caused you to bend your magic to the reason of my coming?" "No magic except that of the mind," she laughed. "You came in company with Tamur and others, who I know crossed the villa yet to find and slay Baal-Sham. I know well the horror of those days, for I was one of those who laid the wards that contain what lies within the blasted lands." Conan realized why Tamur had been agitated at hearing her name. "Perhaps I, wishing to trade in Hyrcania, merely took Tamur into service." "No, Conan. Tamur has many faults, but he and the others swore oaths to defy the ban on Baal-Sham's memory and avenge their blood. That they returned with you merely means that they think to find success in the blasted lands. Though their oaths led them to defiance, they know that violating the taboo means death for one of Hyrcanian blood, and so sought another to do the deed." "Then why am I not fighting for my life against your warriors?" She answered slowly, her voice tense, as if her words held import below the surface, as if there was danger in them for her, danger that she must carefully avoid. "When the barriers were erected, I alone among the shamans believed that they were not enough. I spoke for pursuing Baal-Sham and destroying him, for surely if he managed to establish his evil elsewhere, it would eventually return to haunt us. The others, fearing another confrontation with him, forced me." She stopped abruptly. "Forced you to what?" he growled. "Swear oaths? What?" "Yes," she said, nodding eagerly. "Both oath and Giya's. Do I break that oath, I will find myself the next dawn scrubbing pots in the yurt of a most repulsive man, unable to magic the pain from a sore tooth or think beyond a desire to obey. Many take it ill that there is a line of women who use the powers, and they would as soon see it end with me." Again her words halted, but her eyes begged him to question further. "What holds your tongue, woman? What oath did you swear?" "It took long enough to bring you to it," she sighed, tightness draining visibly from her face. Firstly, I can speak to no one of the oaths unless asked, and no Hyrcanian but another who, like me, sits guardian on the blasted lands, would ask. Betimes one or another of them likes to taunt me with it. So you must trick me into asking, Conan muttered. Exactly. For the rest, I can aid no Hyrcanian to enter the blasted lands or act against Baalsham. Nor can I seek out any man to do those things. A broad smile spread over his features. But if a man who is not a Hyrcanian seeks you out, then I can help him. But he must be the right man, Outlander. I will not risk failure. Her mouth twisted as at a foul taste. Anator, the repulsive toad of whom I spoke, waits for me to fall into his hands. Death I would risk, but not a life with him till I am old and shriveled. But you will help me, he asked, frowning, if you are the right man. I must consult the fire that burns backwards in time, and I must have a lock of your hair for that. In spite of himself, he took a step back. Hair, spittle, nail parings, anything that came from the body could be used in thaumaturgies that bound the one from whom they came. Do you think I need magics to bind you? Samara laughed, and swayed her hips exaggeratedly. Take it, then, he said. But a grimace crossed his face as she deftly cut a few strands from his temple with a small golden knife. Swiftly, then, she opened a series of small chests against a hanging, removing her paraphernalia. The hair was ground in a small hand mill, then mixed in an unadorned ivory bowl with the contents of half a score of vials, powders of violent hue and powerful stench, liquids that seethed and bubbled, and stirred with a rod of bone. Setting up a small golden brazier on a tripod, Samara filled it with ashes, smoothing them with the bone rod. Chanting words unintelligible to Conan, she poured the contents of the bowl onto the dead ash and set the bowl aside. Her voice rose, not in volume, but in pitch, till it pierced his ears like red-hot needles. Strange flames rose from the ash, blue flames, not flickering like ordinary fire, but rolling slowly like waves of a lazy sea. Higher that unnatural fire rose with Samara's words, to the reach of a man's arm. Unblinking, she stared into its depths as she spoke the incantations. A rime of frost formed on the outside of the golden dish that held the flames. The other fires in the chamber, the flickering lamps and blazing charcoal, sank low as if overawed or drained. The Cimmerian realized that his fingernails were digging into his palms. With an oath, he unclenched his fists. He had seen sorcery before, sorcery directed at him with deadly intent. He would not be affrighted by this. Abruptly, Samara's chanting stopped. Conan blinked as he looked into the golden dish. Half-burned pieces of wood now nestled among ash that was less than it had been. Then Samara set a golden lid atop the brazier, closing off the blue fire. For a long time she stared at the brazier before turning to him. "And you enter the blasted lands. Scores will die," she said bleakly. "Among them, perhaps Baalsham. And perhaps you as well. Your bones may feed the twisted beasts that dwell trapped in that accursed place." "Perhaps," he said. "What means of divining is this? Even Shark does not so hedge his star readings about." "The fire shows the many things which can be. Men choose which will be by their decisions. What is like a line, but at every decision that line branches, in 2 directions or 10, and each of those will also branch, until numbers beyond counting are reached. I will tell you this. If you enter, you or Baalsham or both will stare Erlik's minions in the eyes. But if you do not, you will surely die. 100 lines I examined, hoping to find an escape for you, and 100 times I saw you die, each time more horribly than the last. And if you do not enter, not only will you die, tens upon tens of thousands will perish fighting the spread of Baal-Sham's evil, and every day hundreds more will walk willingly to their deaths for his necromancies. Kings and queens will crawl on their bellies to worship at his feet, and such a darkness will cover the earth as has not been seen these many thousands of years, not since the attainted days of foul Acheron. Conan laughed mirthlessly. Then it seems I must try to save the world, whether I will or no. His blade leaped into his hand. He tested the edge carefully. If I must wager my life, the odds will grow no better for waiting. I will go to these blasted lands now. No, she said sharply. He opened his mouth, but she hurried on. Night is best, it is true, but not this night. Think of the girl with you. When you have done this thing, you must go immediately, for others sit guardian besides me, and they will soon know what has been done. But she cannot stand, much less sit a saddle. Then I'll tie her across it, he answered roughly. Already the battle rage was rising in him. If he was to die this night, he would not die easily. But if you let me bring her here, I can cure her sore flesh in a day. She will be able to ride by tomorrow night. Samara smiled. Many women have asked me to take the pain from a smarting rump, but this will be the first time I have used my powers for so low a purpose. The longer I wait, the greater the chance that someone else will remember Tamur. But you still cannot enter the blasted lands without any help. The barrier of the outer circle will slay only those of Hyrcanian blood, but that of the inner circle, where you must go if you are to find what you seek, will destroy anything that lives. I must give you special powders to spread and teach you incantations if you are to survive. Then give them to me, he demanded. Instead, she untied her silk sash and tossed it aside. No Hyrcanian man, she said, staring him in the eye, will look at a shamaness as a woman. I have slaves, young men, full of vigor, but full of fear, too. She began to undo the silver pins that held her garment. They touch me because I command it, but they do so as if I might shatter, afraid of hurting or angering. Until you put your hands on me, no man in my entire life has touched me as a woman who will not break for a little roughness in a caress. I can wait no longer. The long kirtle slid to the carpets, and she stood in lush nudity, all ripe curves and womanly softness. Feet apart, she faced him, defiance in her eyes, fists on the swelling of her hips, shoulders thrown back so that her breasts seemed even fuller. There is a price for my aid. If that makes me a harlot, well, that is something I have never experienced, and I want to experience everything that a man and a woman can do to each other. Everything, Conan. Conan let his sword fall to the ground. Battle rage had changed to a different sort of fire in his blood. Tomorrow night will be time enough, he said hoarsely, and pulled her into his embrace. 20. Early the next morning, Conan sent a message to Akiba that the Turanian was to see to the trading that day. Soon after, Yazbet was brought to the shamaness's yurt on a litter borne by two of Samara's muscular young male slaves. Samara scrambled red-faced to her feet, hastily pulling a silk robe around her nudity. The slaves glared at Conan with covert jealousy. Conan, why am I here? Yazbet almost wept. Lying face down on the litter, she winced at every movement. I hurt Conan. Your pain will soon be gone, he told her gently. Samara will see to you. Still blushing furiously, the shamaness led the litter-bearers to another part of the yurt. Half a turn of the glass later, she returned, with high color yet in her cheeks. Conan lay sprawled on the silken cushions, occupying himself with a flagon of wine. "I gave her a sleeping potion as well," she said. "The spell took her pain away immediately, but she needs rest, and it is best if that does not come from magic. If I relieved her fatigue so, she would repay it 10 times over later. The powers always demand repayment." All the while she spoke, she remained across the chamber from him, rubbing her hands together as if in nervousness. He motioned her to him. "Come sit, Samara. Do not make me play host under your roof." For a moment she hesitated, then knelt gracefully beside him. "Everything I said," she murmured ruefully, "but I did not mean to have my own slaves enter while I lay naked in a stupor of lust, not to mention the woman of the man I am lying with. I feel strange to have your lover but a few paces away." Her ardor had surprised Conan in its fierceness. "What she does not know will not harm her," he said, tugging her robe from a smooth shoulder. She slapped his hand away. "Is that all women are to you? A tumble for the night and no more? Women are music and beauty and delight made flesh." He reached for her again. She shrugged him away, and he sighed. So much for poetry, even when it was true. "Some day I will find a woman to wed, perhaps. Until then I love all women, but I'll not pretend to any that she is more to me than she really is. Now, are you ready to remove that robe?" "You know not your own vigor," she protested. Attempting to stretch, she stopped with a wince. "I am near as much in need of aid for sore muscles as that poor girl." "In that case, I might as well return to Akiba and the others," he said, getting to his feet. "No," she cried. Ripping the robe from her, she scrambled on her knees to throw her arms around his legs. "Please, Conan, stay. I will keep you here by brute force if I must." "Brute force?" he chuckled. She gave a determined nod. Laughing, he let her topple him to the pillows. By 2 glasses after sunfall, he was ready to go. Briefly, he looked in on Yazbet. She slept naturally now. The potion had worn off. He brushed her cheek with his fingers, and she smiled without waking. When he returned to the large chamber, Samara had donned her kirtle and put on a somber mien as well. "You have the powder?" she demanded. "You must take care not to lose it." "It is here," he replied, touching the pouch that hung from his belt along with sword and dagger. Within were 2 small leather bags containing carefully measured powders that would weaken the barrier of the inner circle enough for him to pass it, 1 portion for entering and 1 for leaving. "The incantation. You remember the incantation?" "I remember. Do not worry so." He tried to put his arms around her, but she stepped back out of his embrace, her face a mask. "The gods be with you, Conan." She swallowed and whispered, "And with all of us." There was more help in steel than in gods, Conan thought, as he went into the night. The moon hung bright in a cloudless sky, bathing the countryside in pale light, filling the camp with shadows. It seemed a place of the dead, that camp. No one was about, and even the guard dogs huddled close to the yurts, only lifting their heads to whine fretfully as he passed. He gathered his cloak against the chill of the wind, and against a chill that was not of the wind. Akiba, Sharok, and Tamur were waiting, as they had agreed, east of the crescent of yurts. The rest of the Hyrcanians remained in their small camp, so that it should not be found empty. The horses remained in camp as well. The sound of hooves in the night might attract unwanted attention. Tamur peered beyond Conan nervously and whispered, "She did not come with you, did she?" "No," Conan said. Tamur heaved a heavy sigh of relief. "Let's do this and be done," he went on. "Tamur, you lead." Hesitantly, the Hyrcanian started to the east. Akiba followed, horsebow in hand and arrow nocked to one side of Conan. Sharok labored on the other, leaning on his staff and muttering about the footing despite the bright moonlight. "Tamur almost did not come," Akiba said quietly, "so afraid is he of Samara. Did he hate Jandar one iota less, he would have ridden for the coast instead." "But he does hate Jandar," Conan replied. "He will lead us true." "I wonder you have energy for this night, Conan," Sharok snickered, "after a day and a night with this witch woman. I saw little of her, not nearly so much as you." He paused to cackle shrilly. "But I'd say she was a woman to sap a man's strength." "Watch your step, old man," the big Cimmerian said dryly. "I have not seen you read your own stars of late. This could be the night you break your neck." "Mitra," Sharok swore, stumbled, and almost fell. "I have not," he went on in a shaken voice, "not since Agrapur. The excitement and the adventure and the—" He stumbled, peered at the sky, and muttered, "The brightness of the moon blinds me. I cannot tell one star from another." They traveled without words, then, following the dim shape of Tamur, until abruptly the Hyrcanian stopped. "There," he said, pointing to two tall shadows ahead. "Those are the marks of the barrier. I can go no closer." Samara had described the shadowy objects as well as telling Conan what she knew of what lay beyond them. Around the perimeter of the outer circle, huge pillars of crude stone had been set, thrice the height of a man and 4 times as thick. To pass those stelae meant death for one of Hyrcanian blood. "There is no need for me to accompany you, Conan," Sharok said. "My eyes, I would be more hindrance than help. No, I must remain here and learn what I can of our prospects from the stars." He suddenly clutched the arm of a surprised Tamur, and though the Hyrcanian tried to shake himself free, Sharok clung tightly, pulling on the other man. "Can you tell one star from another, Hyrcanian?" "No matter. I will tell you what to look for. Come." The two moved off to the side, Tamur still jerking futilely at his arm. "I, at least, will come with you," Akiba said. But Conan shook his head. "Samara told me that any who enters other than myself will die." She had said no such thing, but what she did say convinced him that 2 men or 50 would have no better chances of survival than 1, and perhaps less. "Oh, then I will await your return, Cimmerian. You are an odd fellow, but I like you. Fare you well." Conan clapped the slighter man on the shoulder. "Take a pull at the hell horn, and you get there before me, Akiba." "What? 'Tis a strange thing to say." "Other countries, other customs," Conan said. "It is a way of saying fare you well." His amusement faded abruptly as he eyed the stone pillars. It was time to be on with it. His blade slid from its scabbard, steel rasping on leather. "Strange indeed, you pale-eyed barbarians," Akiba said. "Well, you take a pull at whatever it was you said." But Conan was already moving forward. Without pausing, the Cimmerian strode by the crude pillars, sword at the ready. As he did, a tingle passed through his body, as if nails and teeth had all been dragged across slate at once. The greatest tingle was at his waist, beneath the pouch at his belt. Samara had warned him of this and told him to ignore it, but he fumbled for the 2 smaller sacks anyway. Both were intact. There was no growth of any kind, not even the tough grass that covered the plains of Hyrcania, The ground was smooth, yet ridged, as if it had flowed, then hardened in waves. He had seen such before, where fissures had opened and the bowels of the earth had spewed forth molten rock. The moonlight here was tinged with the xanthous color of flesh gone to mold. Shadows moved furtively in that nacreous light, though no clouds crossed the moon. Had he been the hero of a saga, he thought, he would seek out those creatures and hack his way to the inner circle. But the heroes of sagas always had the luck of 10 men and used it all. He went on, deeper into the blasted lands, moving with pantherine grace, yet carefully, as if avoiding seeking eyes. That eyes were there, or something that sensed movement, he was certain. Strange slitherings sounded from the rocks around him, and clickings, as of chitinous claws on stone. Once he did indeed see eyes, 3 unblinking red orbs, set close together, peering at him from the dark beside a boulder, swiveling to follow his passage. He quickened his pace. The sound of scraping claws came closer and more quickly. A piping hiss rose behind and either side, like the hunting cry of a pack. Abruptly there was silence. Did the shadow creatures attack in silence, he wondered, or had they ceased their pursuit? And if they had, why? What could lie ahead that would frighten? The answer came as he skidded to a halt, a bare pace from a pillar marking the deadly inner circle. Despite himself, he let out a long breath. But he still lived, and perhaps fear of the barrier would hold whatever followed at bay for a time longer. Behind he heard the hissing begin again. Hastily he pulled one leather sack from his pouch and sprinkled the scintillating powder in a long line by the stone pillar. With great care he spoke the words Samara had taught him, and a shimmering appeared in the air above the line, as wide as a man's outstretched arms and reaching nearly as high as the stone marker. Within that shimmer the barrier was weakened, not destroyed, so Samara said. A strong man could survive passing through it, so she said. The scraping claws were louder, and the hissing. Whatever made those sounds was almost to him. Taking a deep breath, he leaped. The hisses rose to a scream of frustrated hunger, and then he struck the shimmer. Every muscle in his body knotted and convulsed in agony. Back arched, he was hurled into the inner circle. Head spinning, he staggered to his feet. Somehow he had retained his sword. If that was a weakened barrier, he thought, he wanted no part of it at full strength. He checked his pouch again. The second sack was still safe. Whatever had hunted him had gone, sucked back into those writhing shades outside the inner circle. The shimmer in the barrier yet held, but by the time he could count to 100, the force of its protection would be gone. That second portion of the powder was his only way of crossing the barrier again, unless he went now. Turning his back on the shimmer, he went deeper into that twisted country. Blasted lands they were, indeed. Here hills were split by gaping fissures, or stood in tortured remnants as if parts had been vaporized. Fumaroles bubbled and steamed, and the air was heavy with the stench of a decay so old that only sorcery could have kept it from disappearing long since. Foul vapors drifted in sheets, like noxious clouds hugging the ground. They left a feel of dampness and filth on the skin they touched. Samara had told him where Jondar's unfinished palace had stood on that day when nightmares were loosed. What he might find there she could not say. The forces unleashed had been more than even the shamans could face, but it was the only place she could suggest for his search. In the midst of these hills the land had been leveled for the palace. Ahead he saw the hills end. It must be the location. He hurried forward, around a sheer cliff where half a hill had disappeared, out onto the great leveled space, and stopped, shoulders sagging in defeat. Before him, marble steps led up to a portico of massive, broken columns. Beyond, where the palace should have stood, a huge pit opened into the depths, a pit that pulsed with red light, and echoed with the bubbling of boiling rock far below. There could be nothing there, he told himself. And yet there must be. Samara had foretold that his entry into the blasted lands would bring at least the chance of Jondar's destruction. Somewhere within that blighted region something must exist that could be used against the necromancer. He had to find it. A slavering roar spun him around, an involuntary "Crom" wrenched from his lips. Facing him was a creature twice the height of a man, its gangrenous flesh dripping phosphorescent slime. A single rubeate eye set in the middle of its head watched him with a horrifying glimmer of intelligence, but with hunger as well. And that gaping, fanged maw, the curving needle claws that tipped its fingers, told what it chose to eat. Even as the creature faced him, Conan acted. Waving his sword, he screamed as if about to attack. The beast reared back to take his charge, and Conan darted for the cliff. A being of such size could not be his equal at scaling sheer heights, he thought. Thrusting his blade into its scabbard as he ran, he reached the cliff and climbed without slowing, fingers searching out crevices and holes with a speed he had never matched before. Chances he would have eschewed if men had pursued him he now took as a matter of course, hooking his fingernails in cracks he could not even see, planting his feet on stone that crumbled at his weight, yet moving with such desperate quickness that he was gone before its crumbling was complete. Catching the top of the cliff, he heaved himself over, lay with chest heaving. A slime-covered, clawed hand slammed down a hand's breadth from his head. Cursing, Conan rolled to his feet, blade whispering into his grip. Its eye above the rim of the cliff, the beast saw him and roared, clawing with its free hand for him instead of securing its hold. Burnished steel blazed an arc through the air, severing the hand that held the ground. With a scream like all the fiends of the pit, the beast toppled back and down into the fetid mists. The crash of its fall sent a shiver through the cliff that Conan could feel through his boots. The clawed hand, faintly glowing, still lay where he had severed it. Glowing slime oozed from it like blood. He was relieved, after the sendings in Agrapur, to see that it did not so much as twitch by itself. With the tip of his sword he flipped it into the vapors below. Even through the clouded gloom Conan could yet see the broken pillars of Jondar's palace. From his vantage point they were outlined in the fiery glow from the pit. No use could he see in returning there, however. His search must lead elsewhere. He started down the steep slope that backed the cliff, leaping to cross the fissures that slashed and reslashed the terrain, dodging among boulders, crazed with 1,000 lines like ill-mended pottery, abruptly lost in fetid gray curtains of drifting mist, then as suddenly revealed again. Stone clattered against stone behind him toward the top of the precipitous slope. Weighing the broadsword in his hand, Conan peered back, attempting in vain to pierce the sheets of fog. He could have missed seeing some small creature on the cliff-top in the mists. A thud, as of heavy body falling, drifted down to him. He could not have missed something large enough to Then the one-eyed beast was rushing at him out of the vapors, clawed hand and the stump of its severed wrist both raised to strike. Conan leaped back and found himself falling into a gaping fissure. Twisting like a great cat, he caught the rock rim, slammed against it supported only by a forearm. Dislodged stone rattled into the depths of the broad crack, the sound dwindling away without striking bottom, as if the drop went on forever. The beast was moving too fast to stop. With a roar of frustrated rage, it leaped for the far side of the fissure, its lone red eye glaring at the big Cimmerian. Awkwardly, Conan thrust up at the creature with his broadsword as it passed over him. Snarling, the beast curled into a ball to avoid the blade, hit heavily on the other side of the wide crack, and went rolling down the steep slope, its cries of fury ripping through the fog. Hurriedly, Conan pulled himself out of the fissure. Silence descended abruptly, but he took that for no sign of the beast's demise, not now. As if to confirm his dire suspicions, came the sound of scrabbling claws and hungry panting. The creature yet survived and was climbing toward him. Being above on the slope might give him slight advantage, perhaps, but the young Cimmerian had not come to this hellish place to slay monsters. He began to run down the length of the crevice, cursing under his breath at every stone that turned beneath his boot and clattered downhill. Sheer distance from where the thing had last seen him would be his safeguard. At least it would be so long as the beast did not hear him and follow. Had he half the luck of those ill-begotten heroes of the thrice-accursed sagas, the creature would make bootless search of the hill while he completed his own quest. Halting, he pricked his ears for sounds of the one-eyed beast, and heard it still directly below him, but nearer now. Black Erlic's bowels and bladder. He wished he had half a score of those feckless spinners of tales there with him, to see what trials men of flesh and bone faced when confronted with the monsters so easily dispatched with words in a market square. He would have fed 2 or 3 of them to the beast feet first. And he was forced to face the creature, and he could see no other way. The time and the place were as any others. Did he continue to run, the facing would merely be at another place. Perhaps when he had run himself to exhaustion, mayhap it would be off balance for a moment, leaping across the fissure from downslope. If he attacked then— At that moment he noticed that the fissure he had followed had dwindled to a handspan crack. For a moment the Cimmerian was too angry even to curse. For a simple lack of keeping his eyes open, he had placed himself in worse danger. The great beast was no more than 50 paces straight down the slope, with only the steepness to slow it, and naught between it and— Straight down the slope, he peered toward the climbing beast. Its red eye was visible, glowing, as was the pale, leprous phosphorescence of its body, and it was making better going of the shattered hillside than any human could have. It seemed to move with the speed and tenacity of a leopard. Conan knew he needed a long head start on the creature if he was to escape it long enough to carry out his search. Still, the merest breath of a chance had come to his brain as fresh air in the foulness about him. He cast about hurriedly for what he needed and found it but 10 paces away, a shadowy bulk near as tall as he, but seeming squat for its thickness, obscured by a curtain of fog that clung rather than drifted. Quickly his eyes sought the beast. Some 40 paces below, the glowing mass edged sideways until it was once more directly below the Cimmerian. 40 paces. Conan waited. The slavering beast clawed its way nearer. Nearer. 35 paces. 30. Conan could hear its rasping pant now. Ravenous hunger was in it as well, and in that sanguinary eye was something else. A pure desire to kill, divorced from the need for meat. The hairs on the back of his neck stirred. 25 paces. 20. Conan drifted back, through the sheet of filthy gray mist behind him. Screaming with rage, not to be denied, the creature quickened its climb. Knees bent, Conan set his broad back to the uphill side of the boulder he had chosen, and heaved. Shrieks of primordial rage echoed over the hills. The Cimmerian's every thew strained. Great muscles corded and knotted till they seemed carved from some more obdurate substance than the stone with which he fought. The boulder shifted a finger width. The howls came closer. In moments the foul creature would be upon him. The sweat of effort at the limits of human ability rolled down Conan's face and chest. The great stone moved again, and then it was rolling free. Conan spun in time to see the boulder strike the now narrow crack in the hillside, bound into the air, and catch the monstrous creature full in the chest. Even as the beast was borne backward down the slope, screaming and clawing at the massive stone as if it were a living enemy, Conan set off at a dead run diagonally down the hill, leaping crevices with reckless disregard for the dangers of falling, racing toward the barrier. He did not intend to leave the inner circle yet, but neither did he believe the boulder would slay the one-eyed beast. He would not believe that being could die until he had seen it dead. Or perhaps it already was. He had seen stranger things, but in the outer circle the unseen things with claws had feared to approach the barrier. Could he reach those deadly wards before the one-eyed creature freed itself? It was possible the monstrous being would not search for him there. Through curtains of noxious mist, Conan ran like a ghostly panther, past pools of bubbling, steaming mud and geysers that sprayed boiling fountains into the night. The columns marking the barrier appeared ahead in the sickly, sallow moonlight. In a silent rush, the one-eyed beast hurtled from the fog, lunging for Conan. Desperately, the Cimmerian threw himself aside. Scythe-like claws ripped across the front of his tunic, slashing it to tatters. He rolled to his feet, broadsword at the ready, facing the towering creature. Rumbling growls sounded deep in the beast's throat as it edged toward him. It had learned respect for the steel that had taken its hand. Blood trickled down Conan's chest from 4 deep gashes, but that was not what concerned him at the moment, nor even the fangs that hungered for his flesh. Fumbling at his belt with his free hand, he swallowed hard. The pouch was gone, torn away by those dagger claws, and with it the powder he needed to cross the barrier. With the thought, his eyes drifted toward the marking columns, and there, at the base of a rough-hewn monolith, lay the pouch and his hope of escape. Slowly, keeping the point of his sword directed at the glowing beast, Conan began to edge sideways toward the crude pillar. The creature hesitated, and a twisted intelligence shone in its eye as it too saw the pouch. As if divining the importance of what lay within, the slime-covered giant darted to stand over the small leather sack, almost touching the deadly barrier. Its fanged mouth twisted in what seemed almost a mocking smile. Thus for the beast fearing the barrier, Conan thought. And it could reason so, it would not leave the pouch for him to find, even did he manage to lead it away. It seemed that Erlich was enfolding his cloak of unending night about him, yet a man was not meant to accept his own death meekly. "Crom!" Conan roared, and attacked. "Crom and steel!" Fangs bared in a snarl, the creature dashed to meet him, but Conan did not mean to come to grips with the foul beast. At the last instant he dropped into a crouch, still moving, blades slashing across a belly of deathly argentine flesh, covered with glowing slime, and ducked beneath slicing claws that struck only his cloak. For an instant Conan was snubbed short, then cloth ripped and he was beyond the beast, with the tatters of the garment dangling down his back. Barely slowing, Conan bent to snatch his pouch from the ground, pivoted on one foot, and raced down the line of barrier stones. Stones grated close behind in the Cimmerian world, broadsword striking at a clawed hand descending toward his head. 3 cruel-tipped fingers fell, severed, but the mutilated hand slammed into Conan, driving him dazed to his knees. Then he was enveloped in adamantine arms, being drawn toward the great flesh-rending teeth. Only Conan's sword arm was free of the unyielding grip, and with it he thrust his blade into that fanged mouth, the point knifing through flesh, grating on bone, bursting through the back of the beast's great head. The creature snarled and snapped at the blade, trying with unabated fury to reach the Cimmerian, the stench of its breath flowing into Conan's nostrils. Like the iron bands of a torture device, those huge arms tightened, till Conan thought his spine would snap. No longer could he feel his legs or his trapped hand. He did not even know if he still held the pouch that contained his sole hope of leaving the blasted lands. All he could do was fight with his last measure of strength to keep that ravenous mouth from his throat. Suddenly there was a greater worry than the beast in Conan's mind. Over the creature's shoulder he could see the marking pillars. Its struggles were carrying them closer to that deadly shield, and closer. At least he would die with sword in hand, and not alone. Uncertainty flickered in the beast's blood-red eye as grim laughter burst from Conan's mouth. Contact with the barrier. Pain ripped through the Cimmerian, pain such as he had never known. Skin flayed from muscle, muscle torn from bone, bone ground to powder, and the whole thrown into molten metal. Then the torturous cycle began again, and again, and... Conan found himself on the ground, on hands and knees, every muscle quivering with the effort of not falling flat on his face. Through blurred eyes he saw that he still clutched his pouch in a death grip. He still had his means of escape from the inner circle, and in some fashion he had survived touching the barrier. But one thought dominated his swirling brain, the desperate need to regain his feet, to be ready to face the monster's next attack. His broadsword laid before him. Lurching forward, he grabbed the worn leather hilt and almost let the blade fall. The leather was cracked and blistering hot. Abruptly, sound crashed in on him, crackling and hissing like 1,000 chained lightning bolts, and Conan realized that he had been deaf. Shakily, he scrambled to his feet and stood staring. The beast lay across the barrier, twitching as scintillating arcs of power rose from one part of its body to strike another. Flames in 100 hues lanced from the already blacking hulk. A grin began on the Cimmerian's face, and died as he stared at the barrier. He was no longer within the inner circle. How he had survived crossing the barrier, perhaps the monstrous vitality of the beast had absorbed the greater part of the deadly force, partially shielding him, did not matter. What mattered was that he had but enough of the required powder to cross that boundary once. Did he enter again, he would never leave. In silence he turned his back on the still jerking body of the beast, on the inner circle, a dark light in his eyes that boded ill. 21. Akiba and the others were huddled around a tiny fire when Conan strode out of the blasted lands, wiping glittering black blood from his blade with the shredded remnants of his cloak. The Cimmerian announced his presence by tossing the bloody rag into the fire, where it flared and gave off thick, acrid smoke. All three men leaped, and Sharok wrinkled his nose. "Faugh! What Erlich-begotten stench is that?" "We will return to the yurts," Conan said, slamming his sword home in its shagreen sheath, "but only briefly. I must get Samara's help to re-enter the inner circle." "Then you found nothing," Akiba said thoughtfully. He eyed the dried blood on Conan's tattered tunic, the pouch crudely tied to his sword belt, as he added, "Are you certain you want to go back, Cimmerian?" "What occurred in there?" Tamur spoke. "No." Everyone looked at him. He scrubbed at his mouth with the back of his hand before speaking further. "It is a taboo place. Do not speak of what happened within the barriers. It is taboo." "Nonsense," Sharok snorted. "No harm can there be merely in the hearing. Speak on, Conan." But the Cimmerian was of no mind to waste time in talk. The night was half gone. With a curt, "Follow me," he started off into the night. The others kicked dirt over the fire and hurried after. As soon as they arrived at Samara's yurt, Conan motioned the rest to wait and ducked inside. The interior was dark. Not so much as a single lamp was lit, and the big charcoal fire was coal ash. Strange, Conan thought. Samara at least would have remained awake to hear what he had found. Then the unnatural silence of the yurt struck him. There was a hollow emptiness that denied the presence of life. His broadsword eased into his hand almost of its own accord. He started across the carpets, picking his way among the scattered cushions. Suddenly his foot struck something firmer than a cushion, yet yielding. With a sinking of his stomach, he knelt. His fingers felt along a woman's contours, the skin clammily cold. "Conan, look out!" Akiba shouted from the entrance. Conan threw himself into a diving roll, striking something that bounced away with a clatter of brass, and came up in a wary crouch with his sword at the ready. Just as he picked out the shadow of what could have been a man, something hummed from the entrance and struck it. Stiffly, the dim shape toppled to the ground with a thud. "It's a man," Akiba said uncertainly. "At least I think it's a man. But it did not fall as a man falls." Conan felt around him for what he had knocked over. It was a lamp with only half the oil spilled. Fumbling flint and steel from his pouch, he lit the wick. The lamp cast its light on the body he had stumbled over. Samara lay on her back, dead eyes staring up at the roof of the yurt. Blended determination and resignation were frozen on her features. "She knew," Conan murmured. "She said if I entered the blasted lands, many would die." With a sigh, he moved the light to the shape that had fallen so strangely. Akiba's arrow stood out from the neck of a yellow-skinned man in black robes, his almond eyes wide with disbelief. Conan prodded the body with his sword and started in surprise. The corpse was as hard as stone. "At least she took her murderer with her," Conan growled, "and avenged your Zorel." "'Tis not he, though he is very like," Akiba said. "I will remember to my tomb the face of the man who killed my daughter, and this is not he." Conan shifted the light again, back to Samara. "I could have saved her," he said sadly, though he had no idea of how. "Had she told me—" Yazbet! Leaping to his feet, he searched furiously through the other curtained compartments of the yurt. The structure was a charnel house. Slaves, male and female alike, lay in tangled heaps of cold flesh. None bore a wound, any more than did Samara, but the face of each was twisted in horror. Nowhere did he find Yazbet. When he returned to Akiba, Conan was sick to his stomach. Many would die if he entered the blasted lands. Samara had said there were many branchings of the future. Could she not have found one to avoid this? "Jandar sent more than this one to follow us," he told the Turanian. "Yazbet is gone and the others are dead. All of them." Before Akiba could speak, Tamur stuck his head into the yurt. "There are stirrings." His eyes lit on Samara's body in the pool of lamplight. "Ka'avan, one father, protect us. This is the cause. We will all be gelded, flayed alive, impaled." "What are you talking about?" Conan demanded. "The cause of what?" "The yurts of the other shamans," Tamur replied excitedly. "Men are gathering there, even though none like to venture into the night this close to the blasted lands." Akiba grunted. They must have sensed the death of one of their own. "But they'll not find us standing over the bodies," Conan said, pinching the lamp wick between his fingers. The dark seemed deeper once that small light was gone. He started for the door flap. Outside, Sharok leaned on his staff and peered toward the distant torches that were beginning to move toward Samara's yurt. The mutters of the men carrying those lights made a constant angry hum. The old astrologer jumped when Conan touched his shoulder. "Do we return to the blasted lands, Conan? We must do it now. This lot will take it unkindly, our wandering their camp at night." "Yazbet is gone," Conan told him quietly. "Taken or slain. Samara is dead." Sharuk gasped. Conan turned away, and Sharuk, after one quick glance at the approaching torches, fell silently in behind the others. As four shadows, they made their way between the dark yurts, out onto the plain, and hurried toward their camp, ignoring as best they could the rising tumult behind them. Then a great shout rose, a cry of rage from 100 throats. Akiba quickened his pace to come abreast of Conan. "They have found her," the Turanian said, "but may not think we slew her." "We are strangers," Conan laughed mirthlessly. "What would your soldiers do if a princess of Agrapura were murdered and there were outlanders close to hand?" The Turanian sucked air between his teeth. "Mitra, send us time to get to our horses." With no more words, the four men broke into a run, Conan and Akiba covering the ground with distance-eating strides. Tamur ran awkwardly, but with surprising speed. Even Sharuk kept up, wheezing and puffing, and finding breath to complain of his years. "Awake!" Tamur cried as they ran into their dark camp. The fires had burned low. "To your horses!" Nomads rolled instantly from their blankets, booted and clothed, seized their weapons, and stared at him blankly. "We must flee!" Tamur shouted to them. "We stand outside the laws!" Leaping as if pricked, they darted for the horses. Tamur turned to Conan, shaking his head. "We shall not escape. We ride reedy coastal stock. Those who pursue will be astride war mounts. Our animals will drop before dawn, while theirs can maintain a steady pace all the way to the sea." "The pack horses," Conan said. "Will they carry men?" Tamur nodded. "But we have enough mounts for everyone." "What if," Conan said slowly, "when our horses are about to fall, we change to horses that, if tired somewhat from running, have at least not carried a man? And when those are ready to fall?" He looked at the others questioningly. He had heard of this in a tavern, and tavern tales were not always overly filled with truth. "We have several extra mounts for each man. Even these war mounts cannot outrun them all, can they?" "It could work," Tamur breathed. "Ka'avan One, Father, watch over us. It could work." Akiba nodded. "I should have thought of that. I've heard this is done on the southern frontier." "But the trade goods," Sharuk complained. "You'll not abandon—" "Will you die for them?" Conan cut him off, and ran for the hobbled pack horses. The others followed at his heels, the old astrologer last and slowest. The nomads wasted no time once Conan's idea was explained to them, hastily fumbling in the dark with bridles, finishing just as roaring horsemen burst from among the Hyrcanian yurts. Conan wasted but a single moment in the thought of the gold from their trading, and the greater part of his own gold hidden in a bale of tanned hides. Then he scrambled onto his mount with the others, lashing it into a desperate gallop. Death rode on their heels. As they entered the tall, scrub-covered sand dunes on the coast, four men rode double, and no spare horses were left. The sweat-lathered mounts formed a straggling line, but no man pressed his horse for fear of the animal's collapse. In the sky before them the sun hung low. The 2 days' journey had consumed less than one with the impetus of saving their lives. Conan's shaggy mount staggered under him, but he could hear the crash of waves ahead. "How much lead do we have?" he asked Akiba. "Perhaps 2 turns of the glass, perhaps less," the Turanian replied. "They held their animals back, Cimmerian, when they saw they would not overtake us easily," Tamur added. His breath came in pants, almost as heavy as those of his mount. He labored the beast with his quirt, but without real force. "Ours will not last much longer, but theirs will be near fresh when they come up on us." "They'll come up on empty sand," Conan laughed, urging his shaggy horse to the top of the dune, "for we've reached the ship." Words and laughter trailed away as he stared at the beach beyond. The sand was empty, with only the cold remains of fires to show he had come to the right place. Far out on the water a shape could be seen, a hint of triangularity, speaking of foam dancer's lateen sail. "I never trusted that slime-spawn Mukhtar," Akiba muttered. "The horses are played out, Conan, and we're little better. This stretch of muddy sand is no fit place to die, if any place is fit. But 'tis time to think of taking a few enemies with us into the long night. What say you, Cimmerian?" Conan, wrestling with his own thoughts, said nothing. So far he had come in his quest for a means to destroy Jandar, and what had come of it? Samara dead, and all her slaves, Yazbet taken by Jandar's henchmen. Even in small matters the gods had turned their faces from him. The trade goods for which he had spent his 100 pieces of gold, and hard-earned gold it was, too, for the slaying of a friend, even one ensorcelled to kill, were abandoned. Of the gold, but 2 pieces nestled in his pouch, with flint, steel, Samara's pouch, and a bit of dried meat. And now he had fallen short by no more than half a turn of the glass. Mukhtar had not even waited to discover that Conan lacked the coin to pay for his return voyage, though under the circumstances a show of steel would have disposed of that quibble. "Are you listening?" Akiba demanded of him. "Let us circle back on our trail to the start of the dunes. We can surprise them, and with rest we may give a good account of ourselves." Muttering rose among the Hyrcanians. Still Conan did not speak. Instead he chewed on a thought. Yazbet taken by Jandar's henchmen. There was something of importance there, could he but see it. A faint voice within him said that it was urgent he did see it. "Let us die as men," Tamur said, though his tone was hesitant, not struggling futilely like dung beetles seized by ants. Some few of his fellows murmured approval. The rest twitched their reins fretfully and cast anxious backward glances, but kept silent. The Turanian's black eyes flicked the nomad scornfully. Tamur looked away. "No one who calls himself a man dies meekly," Akiba said. "They are of our blood," Tamur muttered, and the soldier snorted. "Mitra's mercies! This talk of blood has never stayed one Hyrcanian steel from another's throat that I have seen. It'll not stay the hands of those who follow us. Have you forgotten what they will do to those they take alive? Gelded, flayed alive, impaled. You told us so, and you hinted at worse, if there can be worse." Tamur flinched, licking his lips and avoiding Akiba's gaze. Now he burst out, "We stand outside the law." A mournful sigh breathed from the other nomads. Tamur rushed breathlessly on. "We are no longer shielded by the laws of our people. For us to slay even one of those sent by the shamans would be to foul and condemn our own spirits, to face an eternity of doom." "But you didn't kill Samara," Akiba protested. "Surely your god knows that. Conan, talk to this fool." But the Cimmerian ignored all of them. The barest glimmerings of hope flickered in him. "We will face the One Father, having broken no law," Tamur shouted. "Erlik, take your laws. You are willing to disobey the edict against revenging yourself on Jandar." Akiba's thin mouth twisted in a sneer. "I think you are simply ready to surrender. You are all dogs, craven women whining for an easy death." Tamur recoiled, hand going to the hilt of his yataghan. "Ka'avan understands revenge. You Turanians, whose women have watered your blood for 1,000 years with the seed of Western weaklings, understand nothing. I will not teach you." Steel slid from scabbards and was arrested half-drawn by Conan's abrupt, "The ship! We will use the ship!" Akiba stared at him. Some of the Hyrcanians moved their horses back. Madmen were touched by the gods. Slaying one even in self-defense was a sure path to ill luck. Sharak, clinging tiredly to his mount with one hand and his staff with the other, peered ostentatiously after Foam Dancer. The vessel was but a mote now. "Are we to become fish, then?" he asked. "The galley," Conan said, his exasperation clear at their stupidity. How much before us could Jandar's henchmen have left the camp? And they had no reason to ride as we did, for no one was pursuing them. Their galley may still be waiting for them. We can rescue Yazbet and use it to cross the sea again." "I'd not wager a copper on it," Akiba said. "Most likely the galley is already at sea." Are the odds better if you remain here? Conan asked dryly. Akiba looked doubtful. He ran an eye over the others. Half the nomads still watched him warily. Sharok seemed lost in thought. I'll not wait here meekly to be slaughtered, Conan announced. You do what you will. Turning his horse to the south, he booted it into a semblance of a trot. Before he had gone 100 paces, Sharok caught up to him, using his staff like a switch to chivvy his shaggy mount along. "A fine adventure," the astrologer said, a fixed grin on his parchment face. "Do we take prisoners when we reach the galley?" "In the sagas, heroes never take prisoners." Akiba joined them in a gallop. His horse staggered as he reined back to their pace. "Money is one thing," the Turanian said. "My life I'm willing to wager on long odds." Conan smiled without looking at either of them, a smile touched with grimness. More hooves pounded the sand behind him. He did not look around to see how many others had joined. One or all, it would be enough. It had to be. With cold eyes, he led them south. 22. One horse sank to its knees, refusing to go on as they passed the first headland, and another fell dead before they were long out of sight of the first. Thick scrub grew here in patches too large to ride around. There were no paths except those forced by the horses. Conan grimaced as yet another man mounted double. Their pace was slower than walking. Keeping their strength was important if they were to face the galley's crew or Jondar's henchmen, but the horses were at the end of theirs. And time was important as well. They must reach the ship before Yosvet's captors did, or at least before they sailed, and before the pursuing Hyrcanians overtook them. The nomads would have little difficulty following their tracks down the coast. Reaching a decision, he dismounted. The others stared as he removed his horse's crude rope bridle and began to walk. Sharok pressed his own mount forward and dropped off beside the big Cimmerian. "Conan!" Akiba called after him. "What?" But Conan strode on. The rest could follow or not, as they chose. He would not spend precious moments in convincing them. With the old astrologer struggling to keep up, he plunged ahead. Neither spoke. Breath now was to be saved for walking. Where the horses had struggled to pass, there were spaces where a man might go more easily. Akiba and the Hyrcanians were soon lost to sight, had either chosen to look back. Neither did. There was no smooth highway for them, though. Even when the sandy ground was level, their boots sank to the ankles, and rocks lay ready to turn underfoot and throw the unwary into thorn bushes, boasting black finger-long spikes that would rip flesh like talons. But then the ground was seldom level, except for occasional stretches of muddy beach, pounded by angry waves. For every beach there were a pair of headlands to be descended on one side and scaled on the other, with steep hills between and deep gullies between those. Increasingly, the land became almost vertical, up or down. 100 paces forward took 500 steps to travel, or 1,000. The horses would have been useless. Of course, Conan reasoned, sweat rolling down his face, grit in his hair and eyes and mouth. He could move inland to the edge of the plain, but then he would not know when he reached the beach where the galley lay. He would not let himself consider the possibility that it might no longer be there. Too, on the plain they would leave even clearer traces of his passage for their hunter, and most of the time gained by traveling there thus would be lost in struggling to the beaches when they were sighted. A crashing in the thick brush behind him brought Conan's sword into his hand. Cursing, Akiba stumbled into sight, his dark face coated with sweat and dust. 2 more horses died, the Turanian said without preamble, and another went lame. Tamur is right behind me. He'll catch up if you wait. The others were arguing about whether to abandon the remaining horses when I left, but they'll follow as well sooner or later. There is no time to wait. Resheathing his blade, Conan started off again. Sharok, who had no breath for speaking, followed, and after a moment Akiba did as well. 3 men, the young Cimmerian thought, since Tamura would be joining them. 3.5, and he counted Sharok. The old astrologer would be worth no more than half Akiba or Tamur in a fight, if that much. Mayhaps some of the other nomads would catch up in time, but they could not be counted on. 3.5, then. As Tamur joined them, plucking thorns from his arm and muttering curses fit to curl a sailor's hair, fat raindrops splattered against the back of Conan's neck. The Cimmerian peered up in surprise at thick, angrily purple clouds. His eyes had been of necessity locked to the ground. He had not noticed their gathering. Quickly the sprinkling became a deluge, a hail of heavy, pounding drops. A wind rose, ripping down the coast, tearing at the twisted scrub growth, howling higher and higher till it rang in the ears and dirt hung in the air to mix with the rain, splashing the four men with rivulets of mud. Nearby, a thick-rooted thorn bush, survivor of many storms, tore loose from the ground, tangled briefly in the branches around it, and was whipped away. Tamur put his mouth close to Conan's ear and shouted, "It is the wrath of Ka'avan! We must take shelter and pray!" "'Tis but a storm," the Cimmerian shouted back. "You faced worse on Foam Dancer." "No, this is no ordinary storm. It is the wrath of Ka'avan." The Hyrcanian's face was a frozen mask, fear warring plainly with his manhood. "It comes with no warning, and when it does, men die. Horses are lifted whole into the air, and yurts with all in them to be found smashed to the ground far distant, or never to be seen again. We must shelter for our lives." The wind was indeed rising, even yet, shaking the thickets till it seemed the scrub was trying to tear itself free and flee. Driven raindrops struck like pebbles flung from slings. Akiba, half-supporting Sharok, raised his voice against the thundering wind and rain. "We must take shelter, Cimmerian. The old man is nearly done. He'll not last out this storm if we don't." Pushing away from the Turanian, Sharok held himself erect with his staff. His straggly white hair was plastered wetly to his skull. "If you are done, soldier, say so. I am not." Conan eyed the old man regretfully. Sharok was clinging to his staff as to a lifeline. The other two, for all they were younger and hardier, were not in greatly better condition. Akiba's black face was lined with weariness, and Tamur, his fur cap a sodden mass hanging about his ears, swayed when the wind struck him fully. Yet there was Yazbet. "How many of your nomads followed Tamur?" he asked finally. "Will they catch up if we wait?" "All followed," Tamur replied, "but Hyrcanians do not travel in the wrath of Ka'avan. It is death Cimmerian." "John Dar's henchmen are not Hyrcanian," he shouted against the wind. "They will travel. The storm will hold the galley. We must reach it before the wind does, and they put to sea. They and Yazbet will surely be aboard by then. If you will not go with me, then I go alone." For a long moment there was no sound except the storm. Then Akiba said, "Without that ship I may never get John Dar." Tamur's shoulders heaved in a sigh, silent in the storm. "Ba'al-Sham. Almost, with being declared outlaw, did I forget Ba'al-Sham. Ka'avan understands revenge." Sharok turned southward, stumping along, leaning heavily on his staff. Conan and Akiba each grabbed one of the old man's arms to help him over the rough ground, and though he grumbled, he did not attempt to pull free. Slowly they moved on. Raging, the storm battered the coast. Stunted wind-sculpted trees and great thorn bushes swayed and leaned. Rain lashed them, and grit scoured through the air as if in a desert sandstorm. The wind that drove all before it drowned all sound in a demonic cacophony, till no man could hear the blood pounding in his own ears or even his own thoughts. It was because of that unceasing noise that Conan looked back often, watching for pursuit. Tamur might claim that no Hyrcanian would venture abroad in the wrath of Ka'avan, but it was the Cimmerian's experience that men did what they had to and let gods sort out the rights and wrongs later. So it was that he saw his party had grown by one in number, then by two more, and by a fourth. Rain-soaked and wind-ravaged, the grease washing from their lank hair and the filth from their sheepskin coats, the rest of Tamur's followers staggered out of the storm to join them, faces wreathed in joyous relief at the sight of the others. What had driven them to struggle through the storm? Desire for revenge on Jandar, fear of their pursuers, or terror of facing the wrath of Ka'avan alone? Conan did not care. Their numbers meant a better chance of rescuing Yazbet and taking the galley. With a stony face that boded ill for those he sought, the huge Cimmerian struggled on into the storm. It was while they were scaling the slope of a thrusting headland, a straggling file of men clinging with their fingernails against being hurled into the sea, that the wind and rain abruptly died. Above, the dark clouds roiled, and waves still crashed against cliff and beach, but comparative silence filled the unnaturally still air. "'Tis done," Conan called to those below, "and we've survived. Not even the wrath of a god can stop us." But for all his exuberant air, he began to climb faster. With the storm done, the galley could sail. Tamur cried out something, but Conan climbed even faster. Scrambling atop the headland, he darted across and almost let out a shout of joy. Below a steep drop was a length of beach, and drawn up on it was the galley. Immediately he dropped to his belly to avoid watching eyes from below, and wriggled to the edge of the drop. The vessel's twin masts were dismounted and firmly lashed on frames running fore and aft. No doubt they had had time to do little more before the storm broke on them. 2 lines inland, 2 anchors in the dunes to hold the ship against the action of the waves, and the galley had been winched well up the beach, yet those waves had climbed the sand as well, and still clawed at the vessel's sides. Charred planks at the stern, and the blackened stumps of railing spoke of their first meeting. As each of the others reached the top of the headland, they threw themselves to the ground beside Conan, until a line of men stretched along the rim, peering at the ship below. "May I roast in Xandro's hell, Cimmerian," Akiba breathed. "But I did not think we'd do it. The end of the storm, and the ship, just as you said." "The wrath of Ka'avan is not spent," Tamur said. "That is what I was trying to tell you." Conan rolled onto one elbow, wondering if the nomad's wits had been pounded loose by the storm. "There is no rain, no wind. Where, then, is the storm?" Tamur shook his head wearily. "You do not understand, Outlander. This is called Ka'avan's mercy, a time to pray for the dead, and for your life. Soon the rain will come again, as suddenly as it left, and the wind will blow, but this time it will come from the other direction. The shamans say—" "Erlich, take your shamans," Akiba muttered. The nomads stirred, but were too tired to do more than curse. "If he speaks the truth, Cimmerian, we're finished. Without rest, a troop of dancing girls could defeat us. But how can we rest? If we don't take that ship before this accursed wrath of Ka'avan returns." He slumped, chin on his arms, peering at the galley. "We rest," Conan said. Drawing back from the edge, Conan crawled to Sharok. The aged astrologer lay like a sack of sodden rags, but he levered himself onto his back when Conan stopped beside him. "Lie easy," the Cimmerian told him. "We'll stay here a time." "Not on my account," Sharok rasped. He would have gotten to his feet had Conan not pressed him back. "This adventuring is a wet business, but my courage has not washed away. The girl, Conan, we must see to her, and to Jandar." "We will, Sharok." The old man subsided, and Conan turned to face Akiba and Tamur, who had followed him from the rim. The other nomads watched from where they lay. "What is this talk of waiting?" the Turanian demanded. "Seizing that galley is our only hope." "So it is," Conan agreed, "but not until the storm comes again." Tamur gasped. "Attack in the face of the wrath of Ka'avan? Madness!" "The storm will cover our approach," Conan explained patiently. "We must take the crew by surprise if we are to capture them." "Capture them?" Tamur said incredulously. "They have served Ba'al-Sham. We will cut their throats." "Can you sail a ship?" Conan asked. "Ships? I am a Hyrcanian. What care I for—" A poleaxed expression spread over the nomad's face, and he sank into barely audible curses. In quick words, Conan outlined his plan. "Tell the others," he finished, and left them squatting there. Crawling back to the rim, he lowered himself full length on the hard, wet ground, where he could watch the ship. The vessel could not sail until the storm had passed. With the patience of a great cat watching a herd of antelope draw closer, he waited. The rain returned first, a pelting of large drops that grew to a roaring downpour, and the wind followed close behind. From the south it screamed, as Tamur had predicted, raging with such fury that in moments it was hard to believe it had ever diminished. Wordlessly, for words were no longer possible, Conan led them down from the height, each man gripping the belt of the man ahead, stumbling over uneven ground, struggling against the wind with grim purposefulness. He did not draw his sword. This would be a matter for bare hands. Unhesitatingly, Conan made his way across the sand, through blinding rain. Abruptly, his outstretched hand touched wood, the side of the ship. A rope lashing in the wind struck his arm. He seized the line before it could whip away from him, and climbed, drawing himself up hand over hand. As he scrambled over the rail onto the forepart of the galley, he felt the rope quiver. Akiba was starting up. Quickly, Conan's eyes searched the deck. Through the solid curtain of rain washing across the vessel, he could see naught but dim shapes, and none looked to be a man. Yet it was his fear that even in the height of the storm a watch was kept. Akiba thumped to the deck beside him, and Conan started aft with the Turanian close behind. He knew the rest would follow. They had nowhere else to go. A hatch covered the companionway leading down into the vessel. Conan exchanged a glance with Akiba, hunched against the driving rain. The Turanian nodded. With a heave of his arm, Conan threw the hatch cover back and leaped, roaring, down the ladder. There were 4 men, obviously ship's officers, in the snug lantern-lit cabin, swilling wine. Goblets crashed to the deck as Conan landed in their midst. Men leaped to their feet, hands went to sword hilts. But Conan had landed moving. His fist smashed behind an ear, sending its owner to the deck atop his goblet. A nose crunched beneath a backhand blow of the other fist, and his boot caught a third man in the belly while he still attempted to come fully erect. Now his sword came out, its point stopping a finger breadth from the beaten nose of the 4th man. The emerald at his ear and the thick gold chain about his neck named him captain of the vessel, as surely as their twin cues named all 4 sailors of the villa yet. The slab-cheeked captain froze with his blade half drawn. "I do not need all of you," Conan snarled. "'Tis your choice." Hesitantly licking his lips, the captain surveyed his fellows. 2 did not stir, while the 3rd was attempting to heave his guts up on the deck. "You'll not get away with this," he said shakily. "My crew will hand your hearts in the rigging." But he slowly and carefully moved his hand from his weapon. "Why you needed me," Akiba grumbled from a seat on the next to bottom rung of the ladder, "I don't see at all." "There might have been 5, Conan replied, with a smile that made the captain shiver. "Get Sharok, Akiba. It's warm in here, and see how the others are doing." With a sigh, the soldier clattered back up the ladder into the storm. Conan turned his full attention on the captain. "When are those who hired you returning?" "I'm a trader here on my own." Conan's blade touched the captain's upper lip. The man went cross-eyed, staring at it. He swallowed and tried to move his head back, but Conan kept a light pressure with the edged steel. "They didn't tell me," the sailor said hastily. "They said I was to wait until they returned, however long it might be. I was of no mind to argue." His face paled, and he clamped his lips tight as if afraid to say more. While Conan wondered why the galley's passengers had affected the captain so, Akiba and Tamur scrambled down the ladder, drawing the hatch shut on the storm behind them. The Turanian half-carried Sharok, whom he settled on a bench, filling a goblet of wine for him. The astrologer mumbled thanks and buried his face in the drink. Tamur remained near the ladder, wiping his dagger on his sheepskin coat. Conan's eyes lit on that dagger, and he had to bite his tongue to keep from cursing. Putting a hand on the captain's chest, he casually pushed the man back down in his seat. "I told you we need these sailors, Tamur. How many did you kill?" "2, Cimmerian," the nomad protested, spreading his hands. "2 only, and 1 carved a trifle, but they resisted. My people watch the rest. A full dozen remain." "Fists and hilts, I said," Conan snarled. He had to turn away lest he say too much. "How do you feel, Sharok?" "Much refreshed," the astrologer said, and he did seem to be sitting straighter, though he, like all of them, dripped pools of water. "Yasbet is not here." Conan shook his head. "But we shall be waiting when she is brought." "Then for Jandar," Sharok said, and Conan echoed, "Then for Jandar." "They resisted," Tamur said again, in injured tones. "There are enough left to do what they must." No one spoke or even looked at him. After a moment he went on, "I went down to the rowing benches, Conan, to see if any of them were hiding among the slaves. And who do you think I found? That fellow from the other ship. What is he called? Bion? That is it. Chained to a bench with the rest." Throwing back his head, the nomad laughed as if it were the funniest story he had ever heard. Conan's brow knitted in a frown. Bion here and in chains? "Bring him here, Tamur," he snapped. "Now!" His tone was such that the Hyrcanian jumped for the ladder immediately. "Tie these others, Akiba," Conan went on, "so we do not have to worry about them." With his sword he motioned the captain to lie down on the deck. Fuming, the hook-nosed seaman complied. By the time the 4 ship's officers, 2 still unconscious, were bound hand and foot, Tamur had returned with Bion. Other than chains, the wiry sailor from Foam Dancer wore only welts and a filthy twist of rag. He stood, head down, shivering wetly from his passage through the storm, watching Conan from the corner of his eye. The big Cimmerian straddled a bench, holding his sword before him so that ripples of lantern light ran along the blade. "How came you here, Bion?" "I wandered from the ship," Bion muttered, "and these scum captured me. There's a code among sailors, but they chained me to an oar." He raised his head long enough to spit at the tied figure of the captain, "and whipped me when I protested." "What happened at Foam Dancer? You didn't just wander away." The wiry man shifted his feet with a clank of iron links, but said nothing. "You'll talk if I have to let Akiba heat his irons for you." The Turanian blinked, then grimaced fiercely. Bion wet his lips. "And you'll tell the truth," Conan went on. "The old man is a soothsayer. He can tell when you lie." He lifted his sword as if studying the edge. "For the first lie, a hand. Then a foot. Then, how many lies can you stand? 3? 4? Of a certainty, no more." Bion met that glacial blue gaze. Then words tumbled out of him as fast as he could force them. "A man came to the ship, a man with yellow skin and eyes to freeze your heart in your chest. Had the woman with him. Offered 100 pieces of gold for fast passage back to Agrapur. Said this ship was damaged, and he knew Foam Dancer was faster. Didn't even bother to deny trying to sink us. Mukhtar was tired of waiting for you, and when this one appeared with the woman, well, it was plain you were dead, or it seemed plain, and it looked easy enough to take the woman and the gold and—" "Slow down," Conan commanded sharply. "Yasbet is unharmed?" Bion swallowed hard. I know not. Before Mitra and Dagon, I swear that I raised no hand against her. She was alive when I left. Mukhtar gave a signal, you see, and Tufik and Morantes and I went at the stranger with our daggers, but he killed them before a man could blink. He just touched them and they were dead. And then, Then he demanded Mukhtar slit my throat. He made a sound, half laughter, half weeping. Evidence of future good faith, he called it. And that fat spawn of a diseased goat was going to do it. I saw it on his face, and I ran. I hope he's drowned in this accursed storm. I pray he and Foam Dancer are both at the bottom of the sea. An ill-chosen prayer, Conan said between clenched teeth. Yazbat is on that vessel. With a despairing wail, Bayan sank, groveling to his knees. Put him back where he was, Conan spat. Tamur jerked the wiry seaman to his feet. The Sumerian watched them go. Is this galley too damaged to sail? He demanded of the captain. The hook-nosed man had lain with his mouth open, listening while Bayan talked. Now he snorted. Only a dirt-eater would think so. Once this storm is gone, give me half a day for repairs, and I'll sail her anywhere on the villa yet in any weather. The repairs you need you'll make at sea, Conan said levelly, and we sail as soon as the storm abates enough for us to get off this beach without being smashed to splinters. The captain opened his mouth, and Conan laid his blade against the seaman's throat. Or mayhap one of these other three would like to be captain. The captain's eyes bulged, and his mouth worked. Finally he said, I'll do it. 'Tis likely we'll all of us drown, but I'll do it. Conan nodded. He had expected no other decision. Yazbat was being carried closer to Jandar by the moment. The storm drumming against the hull seemed to echo the sorcerer's name. Jandar. This time they would meet face to face, he and Jandar, and one of them would die. One or both. Jandar. 23. Jandar, lounging on cushions of multicolored silk spread beside a fountain within a walled garden, watched Davinia exclaiming over his latest gifts to her, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. 3 days more, and as matters stood, all his plans would come to naught. Could the wench not sense the worry in him? They are beautiful, Davinia said, stretching arms encircled by emerald bracelets above her head. Another time he would have felt sweat popping out on his forehead. Her brief golden silks left the inner slopes of her rounded breasts bare, and her girdle, 2-finger widths of sapphires and garnets hung with the bright feathers of rare tropic birds, sat low on the swelling of her hips. Sultry eyes caressed him. I will have to think of a way to show my gratitude, she purred. He acknowledged her only with a casual wave of his hand. In 3 days, Yildiz, that fat fool, would meet with his advisers to decide where to use the army he had built. Of the 17 attendants, 8 would speak for empire, for war with Zamora. Only 8, and Jandar knew that Yildiz merely counted the number of those who supported or opposed, rather than actually weighing the advice given. Jandar needed one more to speak for war. One of the 9 other. Who could have believed the 9 lived lives which, if not completely blameless, still gave him no lever to use against them? One more he needed. Yet all the 9 would speak for peace, for reducing the numbers of the army. Short of gaining Yildiz's own ear, he had done all that could be done, yet 3 days would see a year's work undone. It would take even longer to repair matters. He must first arrange the assassination of an attendant, perhaps more than one, if his efforts to guide the selection of the new attendant failed. Then it would take time to build the army again. If things were otherwise, 3 days could see the beginnings of an empire that would be his in all but name. Kings would journey to him, kneel at his feet to hear his commands. Instead, he would have to begin again, wait even longer for that he had awaited so long. And that wait added another risk. What had the man Conan sought in Hyrcania? What had he found that might be used against the power? Why did Chaefon not return with the barbarian's head in a basket? "You will let me have them, Jandar?" "Of course," he said absently, then pulled himself from his grim ruminations. "Have what?" "The slaves." There was petulance in Davinia's voice, a thing he had noticed more often of late. "Haven't you been listening?" "Certainly I've been listening, but tell me about these slaves again." "4 of them," she said, moving to stand straddle-legged beside him. Now he could feel sweat on his face. Sunlight surrounded her with a nimbus, a woman of golden silk, glowing hot. "Well-muscled young men, of course," she went on. 2 of blackest hue and 2 as pale as snow. The one pair I will dress in pearls and rubies, the other in onyx and emeralds. They will be as a frame for me. To make me more beautiful for you," she added hastily. "What need have you for slave boys?" he growled. "You have slaves in plenty to do your bidding. And that old hag Renda, to whom you spend so much time whispering." "Why, to bear my palanquin," she laughed, tinkling musical notes. Fluidly she sank to her knees, bending till her breast pressed against his chest. Her lips brushed the line of his jaw. "Surely my great lord would not deny my bearers. My great lord, who it is my great pleasure to serve, in every way." "I can deny you nothing," he said thickly. "You may have the slaves." In her eyes he caught a fleeting glimpse of greed satisfied, and the moment soured for him. She would leave him did she ever find one who could give her more. He meant to be sure there could never be such a one. But still, he could bind her to him with the golden bowl and her heart's blood. None who saw or talked with her would ever know she did not in truth live. But he would know. Someone cleared his throat diffidently. Scowling, Jandar sat up. Sephirin stood on the marble path, bowing deeply over folded hands, eyes carefully averted from Davinia. "What is it?" Jandar demanded angrily. "Sweetai is returned, great lord," his shaven-headed Myrmidian replied. Instantly Jandar's anger was gone, along with his thoughts of Davinia. Careless of his dignity, he scrambled to his feet. "Lead," he commanded. Dimly he noted that Davinia followed as well, but matters not of the flesh dominated his mind once more. Sweetai waited in Jandar's private audience chamber, its bronze lion lamps unlit at this hour. A large sack lay on the mosaicked floor at the Khitan's feet. "Where is Chaefon?" Jandar demanded as he entered. "Perished, great lord," Sweetai replied, and Jandar hesitated in his stride. Despite his knowledge to the contrary, Jandar had begun to think in some corners of his mind that the 2 assassins were indestructible. It was difficult to imagine what could slay one of them. "How?" he said shortly. "The barbarian enlisted the aid of a Hyrcanian witch-woman, great lord. She also died." That smile meant that Sweetai had been her killer, Jandar thought briefly, without interest. "And the barbarian?" "Conan is dead as well, great lord." Jandar nodded slowly, feeling a strange relief. This Conan had been but a straw in the wind after all. catching the eyes that flashed by, yet unimportant. Sweet Eye's smile had faded at the mention of the barbarian, no doubt because Chaffan had actually slain the fellow. At times he thought that Sweet Eye's thirst for blood would eventually prove a liability. Now he had no time for such petty worries. The crew of the galley was disposed of as I commanded, Sweet Eye. I wish no links between myself and Hyrcania. Not until he was able to control that region the shamans had blasted, thus containing whatever might be of danger to him within. Not until his power was secure in Turan. The tall Khitan hesitated. The galley was damaged, great lord, and could not put to sea. I left its crew waiting for me. Without doubt, the coastal tribes have attended to them by now. Instead, I hired the vessel the barbarian used and came ashore well north of the city. And the crew of this ship? Dead, great lord. I slew them and guided the ship to the beach myself. An unreadable expression flickered across the assassin's normally impassive face, and Jandar eyed him sharply. Sweet Eye shifted uneasily beneath that gaze, then went on slowly. The captain, great lord, a fat man called Mukhtar, leaped into the sea, surely to drown. I have no doubt of it. You have no doubt of a great many things, Sweet Eye. Jandar's voice was silky, yet dripped venom like a scorpion's tail. Sweat appeared on Sweet Eye's brow. The mage had a deadly lack of patience with those who did not perform exactly as he commanded. Hurriedly, the Khitan bent to the large sack at his feet. I brought you this gift, great lord. The lashings of the sack came loose, and he spilled a girl out onto the mosaicked floor, wrists bound to elbows behind her back, legs doubled tightly against her breasts, the thin cords that held her cutting deeply into her naked flesh. She grunted angrily into her gag as she tumbled onto the floor and attempted to fight her bonds, but only her toes and fingers wriggled. The girl the barbarian stole from the compound, great lord, Sweet Eye announced with satisfaction. Jandar snorted. Don't think to make up for your shortcomings. What is one girl more or less to— Why, it's Esmera, Davinia broke in. The necromancer scowled irritably. He had forgotten that she had followed him. That's not her name. She is called— It took a moment, though he did remember marking the wench for his bed long ago, it seemed. Yazbet, that's it. Now return to the garden, Davinia. I have matters to discuss here that do not concern you. Instead, the lithe blonde squatted on her heels by the bound girl, using both hands to twist the struggling wench's gagged face around for a better look. I tell you, this is the Princess Esmera, Prince Rashmanli's daughter. Jandar's mouth was suddenly dry. Are you certain? The rumors say the princess is cloistered. She gave him a withering look that would have elicited instant and painful punishment for anyone else. From her, at this moment, he ignored it. The prince was Yildiz's closest adviser among the attendants of the Nine, a man who seduced no woman with a husband and gambled only with his own gold. Yet it was said his daughter was his weakness, that he would do anything to shelter her from the world. For the safety of his Esmera, would Rashmanli send Turan to war? He had had men slain for casting their eyes upon her. If handled carefully, it could be done. Then his eyes fell on Davinia, smiling smugly as he examined the bound girl, and a new thought came to him. He pulled the blonde to her feet. You say you want only to serve me. Do you speak the truth? To you, she replied slowly, I speak only truth. Then this night there will be a ceremony. In that ceremony you will plunge a dagger into the heart of this girl. He gazed deeply into her eyes, searching for hesitation, for vacillation. There was none. "As my great lord commands me," Davinia said smoothly. Jondar felt the urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly. She had taken the first step. Once she had wielded the knife, she would be bound to him more firmly than with iron chains. And by the same stroke, he would gain the ninth voice among the king's attendants. All of his dreams were taking shape. Empire and the woman. He would have it all. 24. Dark seas rolled beneath the galley's ram, phosphorescence dancing on her bow wave, as the measured sweep of 80 oars drew it on. Ahead in the night, the darker mass of the Turanian coast was marked by white-breaking waves glinting beneath the pale cloud-chased moon. Echoes of those crashing breakers rolled across the waters to Conan. He stood in the stern of the galley, where he could keep close watch on both captain and steersman. Already they had attempted to take the ship other than as he directed, perhaps into the harbor at Agrapur, so that he and the rest could be seized as pirates, and only the scanty knowledge he had gained with the smugglers had thus far thwarted them. The rest of the vessel's crew, sullen and disarmed, worked under the watchful eyes of Akiba, Tamur, and the nomads. Sharok clung to the lines that supported the foremast and gazed on the heavens, seeking the configurations that would tell their fates that night. Conan cared not what the stars foretold. Their destinies would be as they would be, for he would not alter what he intended by so much as a hair. "There," he said, pointing ahead. "Beach there." "There's nothing there," the captain protested. "There," Conan repeated. "'Tis close enough to where we're going. I think you would be glad to see our backs wherever we wanted to be put ashore." Grumbling, the slab-cheeked captain spoke to his steersman, and the galley shifted a point to larboard, toward the stretch of land at which the big Cimmerian had pointed. With scanty information had Conan made his choice. The distant glow of lamps from Agrapur to the south, a glimpse at the stars. Instinct. Perhaps he thought that last had played the most important part. He knew that on that shore stood the compound of the Cult of Doom, Yazbet's place of imprisonment, and Jondar, the man he must kill even if he died himself. Sand grated beneath the galley's keel. The vessel lurched, heeled, was driven further forward by the motion of long sweeps. Finally, motion ceased. The deck tilted only slightly. "It's done," the hook-nosed captain announced, anger warring with satisfaction on his face. "You can leave my vessel now, and I'll give burnt offerings to Dagon when you're gone." "Akiba!" Conan called. On receiving an answering hail, he turned back to the captain. "I advise you to go south along the coast, you and your crew. I do not know what will happen here this night, but I fear powers will be unbound. One place I have seen where such bonds were cut. There nightmares walked, and some would count death a blessing." "Sorcery?" The word was a hiss of indrawn breath in the captain's mouth, changing to shaky, blustering laughter. "And sorceries are to be loosed. I have no fears of being caught in them. I will be clear of the beach before you, and I will go south as fast as whips can drive my oars. Hatch covers crashing open amidships cut him off, and the clatter of men scrambling on deck, whip-scarred, half-naked men falling over themselves in their eagerness to dash to the rail and drop to the surf below. The hook-nosed man's eyes bulged as he stared at them. "You've loosed the oars, slaves, you fool!" "What?" He spun back to Conan and found himself facing the Cimmerian's blade. "30 oars," Conan said quietly, "and 2 men chained to each. I have no love for chains on men, for I've worn them around my own neck. Normally I do not concern myself with freeing slaves. I cannot strike off all the chains in the world, or in Turan, or even in a single city. And if I could, men would find ways to put them back again before they had a chance to grow dusty. Still, the world may end this night, and the men who have brought me to my fate deserve their freedom, as they and all the rest of us may be dead before dawn. You had best get over the side, Captain. Your own life may depend on how fast you can leave this place." The hook-nosed captain glared at him, face growing purple. "Steal my slaves, then order me off my own vessel? Rhombus!" He bit it off as he stared at the vacant spot by the steering oar. Conan had seen the man slip quietly over the railing as he spoke. Discovery of the defection took what was left of the captain's backbone. With a strangled yelp, he leaped into the sea. Sheathing his sword, Conan turned to join his companions, and found himself facing some 24 filthy galley slaves, gathered in a different knot amidships. Akiba and the Hyrcanians watched them warily. A tall man with a long, tangled black beard and the scars of many floggings stepped forward, ducking his head. "Your pardon, Lord. I am called Akman. It is you who has freed us? We would follow you." "I'm no lord," Conan said. "Be off with you while you have time, and be grateful you do not follow me. I draw my sword against a powerful sorcerer, and there is dying to be done this night." A handful of the former slaves melted into the darkness, splashes sounding their departure. "Still, there are those of us who would follow you, Lord," Akman said. "For one who has lived as a dead man, to die as a free man is a greater boon than could be expected from the gods." "Stop calling me Lord," Conan growled. Akman bowed again, and the other rowers behind him. Shaking his head, Conan sighed. "Find weapons, then, and make peace with your gods. Akiba, Tamur, Sharrak." Without waiting to see what the freed slaves would do, the big Cimmerian put a hand to the railing and vaulted into waist-deep seas that broke against his broad back and sent foam over his shoulders. The named men followed as he waded to shore, a stretch of driftwood-covered sand where moon shadows stirred. "They'll be more hindrance than help, those slaves," Sharrak grumbled, attempting to wring seawater from his robes without dropping his staff. "This is a matter for fighting men." "And you are the stoutest of them all," Akiba laughed, clapping the old astrologer on the shoulder and almost knocking him down. His laughter sounded wild and grim, the laughter of a man who would laugh in the face of the dark gods, and was doing so now. "And you, Cimmerian, why so somber? Even if we die, we will drag Jondar before Erlik's black throne behind us." "And if Jondar loses the magics that he did when he was defeated before," Conan said, "there are no shamans to contain them here." They stared at him, Akiba's false mirth fading. Sharrak held a corner of his robes in 2 hands, his dampness forgotten, and Conan thought he heard Tamur mutter a prayer. Then the men from the galley were clambering up the beach, the half-score who had not succumbed to fear or good sense, led by Akman with a boarding pike in his calloused hands. The Hyrcanian nomads came too, cursing at the wet as they waded through the surf. A strange army, the Cimmerian thought, with which to save the world. He turned from the sea. They followed, a file of desperate men snaking into the Turanian night. Must I actually put a knife in her heart? Davinia's question jangled in Jondar's mind, which had been almost settled for his period of meditation. "Do you regret your decision?" he demanded. In his thoughts, he commanded her, have no regrets, murder a princess in sorceress rites, be bound to me by ties stronger than iron. No regrets, my great lord, she said slowly, toying with the feathers of her girdle. When she lifted her gaze to his, her sapphire eyes were clear and untroubled. She has lived a useless life. At least her death will be to some purpose. Despite himself, he could not stop the testing. And if I said there was no purpose, just her death? Her frown almost stopped his heart. No purpose. I do not like getting blood on my hands. She tossed her blonde mane petulantly. The feel of it will not wash away for days. I will not do it if there is no purpose. There is a purpose, he said hastily, which I cannot tell you until the proper time. And to forestall questions, he hurried from the room. His nerves burned with how close he had come to dissuading her. Almost, he thought, there would be no joy in achieving all his ambitions without her. Some rational corner of his mind told him the thought was lust-soaked madness. The fruition of his plans would hold her to him, for where would she then find one of greater power or wealth? With the taking of Yazbet, if she chose to call herself so he would think of her, all would be in place. His power in Turan would be complete. But Davinia... He was still struggling with himself when he settled in the simple chamber before the pool of the ultimate. That would not do. He must be empty of emotion for the power to fill him. Carefully, he focused on his dreams. War and turmoil would fill the nations, disorder hastened by his ever-growing band of the chosen. Only he would be able to call a halt to it. Kings would kneel to him. Slowly the pool began to glow. From the branches of the tree, Conan studied the compound of the Cult of Doom. Ivory domes gleamed in the dappled moonlight, and purple spires thrust into the sky, but no hint of light showed within those high marble walls, and no one stirred. The Cimmerian climbed back down to the ground, to the men waiting there. Remember, he said, addressing himself mainly to the former galley slaves, any man with a weapon must be slain, for they will not surrender. The Hyrcanians nodded somberly. They knew this well. But the black-robed one with the yellow skin is mine, Akiba reminded them. Time and again on the short march he had reiterated his right to vengeance for his daughter. The black robe is yours, Akman said nervously. I but wish you could take the demons as well. Sharak shook his staff, gripping it with both hands as if it were a lifeline. I will handle the demons, he said. Bring them to me. A wind from the sea moaned in the treetops as if in answer, and he subsided into mutters. Let us be on with it, Tamur said, fidgeting, whether with eagerness or nervousness Conan could not tell. Stay together, the Cimmerian said by way of the last instruction. Those who become separated will be easy prey. With that, he led them down to the towering white wall. Grapnels taken from the galley swung into the air, clattered atop the wall, and took hold. Men swarmed up ropes like ants and dropped within. Once inside the compound, Conan barely noticed the men following him, weapons in hand, falling back on either side so that he was the point of an arrow. His own blade came into his hand. Jandar. Ignoring other buildings, Conan strode toward the largest structure of the compound, an alabaster palace of golden onion domes and columned porticos and towers of porphyry. Jandar would be there in his palace. Jandar and Yazbet, if she still lived. But first Jandar, for there could be no true safety for Yazbet until the necromancer was dead. Suddenly there was a saffron-robed man before him, staring in astonishment at the intruders. Producing a dagger, he screamed, "In the name of holy chaos, die!" A fool to waste time with shouts, Conan thought, wrenching his blade free so the man's body could fall. And in Crom's name, what god was this chaos? But the noise produced another shaven-headed man, this with a spear that he thrust at Conan, sounding the same cry. The Cimmerian grasped the shaft to guide the point clear of his body. The point of his broadsword ended the strange shout in a gurgle of blood. Then hundreds of saffron-robed men and women were rushing into the open. At first they seemed only curious. Then those nearest Conan saw the bodies and screamed. In an instant panic seized them by the throat, and they became a boiling mass, seeking only escape, yet almost overwhelming those they feared in a tide of numbers. Forgetting his own instructions to stay together, Conan began to force his way through the pack of struggling flesh toward the palace. Jandar was the only thought in his head. Jandar. "Great Lord, the compound is under attack." Jandar stirred fretfully in his communion with the power. It took a moment for him to pull his eyes from the glowing pool and focus them on Sweet Tai, standing ill at ease in the unnatural glow that filled the chamber. "What? Why are you disturbing me here, Sweet Tai? You know it is forbidden." "Yes, great lord, but the attack—" That time the word got through to Jandar. "Attack? The army? Had disaster come on him yet again?" "No, great lord. I know not who they are or how many. The entire compound is in an uproar. It is impossible to count their numbers. I slew one. He was filthy and half-naked and bore the welts of a lash." "A slave?" Jandar asked querulously. It was hard to think with his mind attuned to the communion, and that communion not fully completed. "Take the chosen and dispose of these interlopers, whoever they are. Then restore order to the compound." "All of the chosen, great lord?" "Yes, all of them," the necromancer replied irritably. Could the man not do as he was told? He must settle his mind, complete his absorption of the power. "Then you will delay the ceremony, great lord?" Jandar blinked, found his gaze drifting to the pool of the ultimate, and jerked it back. "Delay? Of course not. Think you I need those fools' rapturous gazes to perform the rite?" Desperately he fought to stop his head spinning, to think clearly. "Take the chosen as I commanded you. I will myself bring the girl to the chamber of sacrifice and do what is necessary. Go!" Bowing, the black-robed Khitan sped away, glad to be gone from the presence of that which was bound in that room. Jandar shook his head and peered into the pool. Glowing mists filled the limits of the wards, an unearthly dome that seemed to draw him into its depths. Angrily he pushed that feeling aside, though he could not rid himself of it. He was tired, that was all. There was no need to complete the communion, he decided. Disturbed as he was, completion might take until dawn, and he had no time to wait. The girl must be his tonight. As it was, the power flowed along his bones, coursed in his veins. He would perform the rite now. Gathering his robes about him, he left to fetch Yasbet and Divinia to the chamber of sacrifice. 25. Warily, sword at the ready, Conan moved along one wall of a palace corridor, with no eye for rich tapestries or ancient vases of rare Khitan porcelain. Akiva stalked along the other, tulwar in hand. As a pair of wolfhounds they hunted. The Cimmerian did not know where the others were. From time to time the clash of steel and the cries of dying men sounded from outside, or echoed down the halls from other parts of the palace. Who won and who died he could not tell, and at that moment he did not care. He sought Jandar, and instinct told him he drew closer with every step. Silent as death, 3 saffron-robed men hurtled from a side corridor, scimitars slashing. Conan caught a blade on his broadsword, sweeping it toward the wall and up. As his own blade came parallel to the floor, he slipped it off the other in a slashing blow that half severed his opponent's head. Flashing swiftly on, his sword axed into the second man's head a heartbeat before Akiba's steel buried itself in the man's ribs. Twice slain, the body fell atop that of he who had faced the Turanian at the first attack. "You work well," Akiba grunted, wiping his blade on a corpse's robe. "You should think of the army if we live to leave this—" His words trailed off as both men became aware of a new presence in the corridor. The black-robed Khitan assassin. Unhurriedly, he moved toward them with the casual confidence of a great beast that knows its kill is assured. His hands were empty of weapons, but Conan remembered well the dead in Samara's yurt, with no wound on any but looks of horror on every face, and Zorel dead from a touch. Conan firmed his grip on the worn leather hilt of his broadsword, but as he stepped forward, Akiba laid a hand on his arm. The soldier's voice was as cold as frozen iron. "He is mine. By right of blood, he is mine." Reluctantly, Conan gave way, and the Turanian moved forward alone. Of necessity, the big Cimmerian waited to watch his friend do battle. Jondar was still uppermost in his mind, but the way to him led deeper into the palace, past the murderously maneuvering pair before him. The Khitan smiled. His hand struck like a serpent, and like a mongoose, Akiba was not there. The assassin flowed from the path of the soldier's flashing steel, yet the smile was gone from his face. Like malefic dancers, the two men moved, lightning blade against fatal touch, each aware of the other's deadliness, each intent on slaying. Abruptly, the Khitan deciphered the pattern of Akiba's moves. The malevolent hand darted for the soldier's throat. Desperately, Akiba blocked the blow, and it struck instead his sword arm. Crying out, the Turanian staggered back, tulwar falling, arm dangling, clawing with his good hand for his dagger. The assassin paused to laugh before closing for the kill. "Crom!" Conan roared, and leapt. Only the Khitan's unnatural suppleness saved him from the blade that struck where he had been. Smiling again, he motioned the Cimmerian to come to him if he dared. "I promise to let you kill him," Conan said to Akiba, without taking his eyes from the black-robed man, "not the other way around." The Turanian barked a painful laugh. He clutched his dagger in one hand, but the other twitched helplessly at his side, and only the tapestry-covered wall kept him from falling. "As you've interfered," he said between clenched teeth, "then you must kill him for me, Cimmerian." "Yes," the assassin hissed, "kill me, barbarian." Without warning, Conan lunged, blade thrusting for the black-robed one's belly, but the killer seemed to glide backward, stopping just beyond the sword's point. "You must do better, barber. Chafon was wrong. You are just another man. I do not think you truly entered the blasted lands, but even if you did, you survived only by luck. I, Sweet Ai, will put an end to you here. Come to me and find your death." As the tall man spoke, Conan moved slowly forward, sliding his feet along the marble floor so that he was at no time unbalanced. His sword he held low before him, point flickering from side to side like the tongue of a viper, light from the burnished brass lamps on the walls glittering along the steel, and though the Khitan spoke confidently, he kept an eye on that blade. Abruptly, as the assassin finished his speech, Conan tossed his sword from right hand to left, and Sweet Ai's gaze followed involuntarily. In that instant, the Cimmerian jerked a tapestry from the wall to envelop the other man. Even as the hanging tangled about the Khitan's head and chest, Conan lunged after, steel ripping through cloth and flesh, grating on bone. Slowly, the assassin heaved aside the portion of the tapestry that covered his head. With glazing eyes, he stared in disbelief at the blade standing out from his chest, the dark blood that spread to stain his robes. "Not my death," Conan told him, "yours." The Khitan tried to speak, but blood welled from his mouth, and he toppled, dead as he struck the marble floor. Conan tugged his blade free, cleaning it on the tapestry as he might had it been thrust into offal. "I give you thanks, my friend," Akiba said, pushing unsteadily away from the wall. His face gleamed with the sweat of pain, and his arm still dangled at his side, but he managed to stand erect as he looked on the corpse of his daughter's murderer. "But now you have hunting of your own to do." "Jandar," Conan said, and without another word he was moving forward again. Like a great hunting cat, he strode through halls lit by glittering brass lamps, but bare of life. The god smiled on those who did not meet him in those passages, for he would not now have slowed to see if they bore weapons or not. His blood burned for Jandar's death. Any who hindered or slew him now would perish in a pool of their own blood. Then great bronze doors stood before him, doors scribed with a pattern that seemed to have no pattern, that rejected the eye's attempt to focus on it. Setting hands against those massive metal slabs, muscles cording with strain, he forced the portals open. Sword at the ready, he went through. In an instant, the horror of that great circular chamber engraved itself on his brain. Yazbet lay chained and gagged on a black altar. To one side of her, Davinia, knife upraised to plunge into the bound girl's heart. To the other, Jandar, an arcane chant rising from his mouth to pierce the air. Over the entire blood-chilling tableau, a shimmering silvery azure dome was forming. "No!" Conan shouted. Yet even as he dashed forward, he knew he would not reach them before that knife had done its terrible work. He fumbled for his dagger. Davinia froze at his cry. Jandar's incantation died as he spun to confront the man who had dared interrupt the rite. The glow disappeared as his words ceased. Desperately, Conan hurled his dagger toward Davinia, for she still held her gleaming blade poised above Yazbet. But Jandar, turning, moved between them. The mage screamed as the needle-sharp steel sliced into his arm. Clutching his wound, blood dripping between his fingers, Jandar turned a frightful glare on Conan. "By the blood and earth and powers of chaos I summon you," he intoned. "Destroy this barbarian!" Davinia shrank back as if she would have fled had she dared. The floor trembled, and Conan skidded to a halt as chunks of marble erupted almost beneath his feet. Leather-skinned and fanged, ascending such as those he had faced before, clawed its way clear of dirt and stone. With a wild roar, the Cimmerian brought his blade down with all his might in an overhead blow, slicing through the demoniac skull to the shoulders. Yet unbleeding and undying, it struggled to reach him, and he must needs chop and chop again, hacking the monstrous thing apart. Even then its fragments twitched in unabated fury. More creatures tore through stone between him and the altar, and still more to either side of him, snarling in bloodlust. As a man might reap hay, Conan worked his sword, steel rising and falling tirelessly. Severed limbs and heads and chunks of obscene flesh littered the floor, yet there were more, always more, ripping passage from the bowels of the earth. Cut off from Yazbet and the altar, it was but a matter of time before he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. A smile, pained yet tinged with satisfaction at the Cimmerian's coming doom, appeared on Jandar's face. "So Suitai lied," he rasped. "I will settle with him for it. But now, barber, pause a moment in your exertions, if you can, to watch the fate of this woman as Mira. Davinia, attend the rite as I commanded you, woman." Terror twisting her face, Davinia raised the silver-bladed dagger once more. Her eyes bulged when they strayed to the deformed creatures battling Conan, but her hand was steady. Jandar began again his invocation of the power. Raging, Conan tried to clear a path to the altar with his sword, but for each diabolic attacker he hewed to the floor, it seemed that two more appeared. There was a commotion behind the Cimmerian, and a saffron-robed man staggered into his view, blood streaming down his face, weakly attempting to lift his sword. After him followed Sharok. Conan was so amazed that he hesitated with sword raised, staring. In that momentary respite, the creatures tightened their circle about him, and he was forced to redouble his efforts to stop their advance. Sharok's staff cracked down on his opponent's head, blood splattered from that shaven skull, and its owner fell, his sword sliding across the floor to stop against the altar. Irritably, Jandar looked over his shoulder, but did not stop his chant. Conan lopped off a fang-mouthed head and kicked the headless body, now clawing blindly, into the path of another creature. His sword took an arm, then a leg, sliced away half of a skull, but he knew his sands had almost run out. There were just too many. Abruptly, Sharok was capering beside him, waving his staff wildly. "Be gone from here," Conan shouted. "You are too old to—" Sharok's staff thumped a leathery skull, and the creature screamed. At the altar, Jondar jerked as if he had felt the blow. Even the other beings froze as sparks ran along the struck creature's blue-gray skin. With a clap as of thunder, it was gone, leaving only oily black smoke that drifted upward. "I told you it had power," the old astrologer cried wildly. He struck out again. More greasy smoke rose toward the vaulted ceiling. Now those hell-born backed warily from Conan and Sharrock, rolling fearsome red eyes at Jondar. For that moment at least, the way to the altar was clear, and Conan dashed for the black stone. For but a heartbeat, Jondar faced that charge, then howled, "There are powers you have not seen in your nightmares! Now face them!" and darted across the floor and down a small arched passage. With his departure, the creatures, yet whole, seemingly freed of his command, vanished also. Indecision racked Conan. For all he had sworn the necromancer would be dealt with first, Yosbet lay chained before him, with Davinia. As his gaze fell on her, the lithesome blonde backed away, wetting her lips nervously. "I heard you had sailed away, Conan," she said, then quickly abandoned that line as his face did not soften. "I was forced, Conan. Jondar is a sorcerer and forced me to this." She held the dagger low in the thumb and forefinger grip of one who knew how to gut a man, but she did not move toward Conan. One eye on Davinia, Conan stepped up to the altar. Yosbet writhed in her chains. 4 times his blade rang against her bonds, and steel conquered iron. Ripping the gag from her mouth, Yosbet scrambled from the altar and plucked the dead cult member's sword from the floor. Her hair lay wildly on her shoulders and breasts. She looked a naked goddess of battles. "I will deal with this." Words failed her as she glared at Davinia. "Fool wench," Conan snapped. "I did not free you to see you stabbed." "'Tis a Cimmerian fool I see," Sharrock called. He still leaped about like a puppeteer's stick figure, disposing with his staff of the portions of creatures that littered the chamber floor. "The necromancer must be slain, or all this is for naught." The old man spoke true, Conan knew. With a last look at Yosbet closing grimly on a snarling Davinia, he turned into the small passage Jondar had taken. It was not long, that narrow corridor. Almost immediately he saw a glow ahead, the same silver blue that had shone about the altar, yet 1,000 times brighter. Quickening his pace, he burst into a small, unadorned chamber. In its center, surrounded by plain columns, a huge bubble of roiling mist burned and pulsed. Barely, through the brightness, Conan could make out Jondar beyond the pool, arms outspread, his voice echoing like a bronze bell in words beyond understanding. Yet it was the brilliantly shining mass that held his eye, and hammered at him as it did. From those pulsating mists radiated neither good nor evil, but the antithesis of being, beating at his mind, threatening to shatter all that was in him into 1,000 fragments. Pale images, washed out by the blinding glow, moved at the edge of his vision, then resolved themselves into 2 of the leather-skinned beings from the grave, sidling toward him along the wall, as if they feared that shining. He knew that he must deal with the creatures and reach Jondar, reach him quickly, before he completed whatever sorceries he was embarked upon. Yet within the Cimmerian there was struggle. Never had he given in while he had strength or means to resist, but a thought strange to him now crept into his mind. Surrender. The mist was overpowering. Then, as if the words were a spark, rage flared in him. As a boy in the icy mountains of Samaria, he had seen men caught in an avalanche, hacking at towering waves of snow and dirt as they were swept away, refusing to accept the thing that killed them. He would not surrender. He would not surrender. A wordless scream of primal rage burst from Conan's throat. He spun, swinging his sword like an axe. Head and trunk of the foremost creature toppled, sliced cleanly from its hips and legs. Jandar rang in the Sumerian's brain, and he was moving even as his steel broke free of that unnatural flesh. But such a creature could not be slain like a mortal. The upper portion twisted as it fell, seized Conan about the legs, and together they crashed to the stone floor. Jagged teeth slashed Conan's thigh, yet in the berserker rage that gripped him he was as much beast as that he fought. His fisted hilt smashed into the creature's skull again and again, till he pounded naught but slimy pulp. Yet those mindless arms gripped him still. And Jandar's chant continued unabated, as if he were too enmeshed in the power to even be aware of another's presence. Claws clattering on marble warned the Sumerian that the second creature drew near. Wildly, half-blinded by the ever-brightening glow, Conan struck out. His blade caught but an ankle, yet the thing stumbled, flailed for balance, and fell shrieking against the shining dome. Lightnings arced and crackled, and the creature was gone. The way to Jandar was open. Grim determination limning his icy eyes, Conan crawled. Animal fury burned in his brain. Now the sorcerer would die if he had to rip out his throat with bared teeth. Yet in a small, sane corner of his mind there was despair. Jandar's ringing incantation was rising to a crescendo. The necromancer's foul work would be done before Conan reached him. Powers of darkness would be loosed on the land. Something about the way the last beast had disappeared tugged at him. It reminded him of what? The barrier to the blasted lands. Feverishly he dug into his pouch. It had to be there, and drew out the small leather bag of powder Samara had given him. Almost did he laugh. If nightmares were loosed to walk, still this time Jandar would not escape. Undoing the rawhide strings that held the bag closed, he carefully tossed it ahead of him toward the oblivious chanting sorcerer. On the very edge of the burning dome the bag fell, open, contents spilling broadly. It had to be enough. "Your vengeance, Samara," Conan murmured, and slowly, coldly spoke the words the shamaness had taught him. As the last syllable was pronounced, a shimmer sprang into being above the powder. Jandar's words of incantation faltered. For a brief moment he stared at the shimmer. Then he screamed, "No! Not yet! Not till I am gone!" Through that shimmer, the weakened area of the wards that held the pool of the ultimate flowed something. The mind could not encompass it. The eye refused to see it. Silver flecks danced in air that was too azure. No more did it seem, yet an ever-deepening channel was etched into the marble floor as it came from the pool. It touched pillars about the circumference of the pool. Abruptly, half-pillars dangled in the air. The ceiling creaked. It washed against a wall, and stones ceased to exist. The wall and part of the ceiling above collapsed. The rubble fell into that inexorable tide of non-existence and was not. Some measure of sanity returned to Conan in the face of that horror. Part of it moved toward him now. Desperately he sliced with his broadsword at the undying arms that gripped his legs. Jandar turned to run, but as he ran, the fringes of that flowing thing touched him. Only the fringes, the outer mists, yet full-throated he screamed like a woman put to torture or a soul damned. Saffron robes melted like dew, and on his legs flesh disappeared at every touch of that mist. Bone gleamed whitely, and he fell shrieking to match the cries of all the victims he had ever laid on his black altar. With a groan, the far end of the chamber collapsed into vapor, though with less sound than Jandar's screams. Conan redoubled his efforts, hacking at the tough flesh. The last sinew was severed. The unnatural grip was gone. As the Sumerian rolled to his feet and dove for the entrance passage, the invisible silver-flecked tide washed over the spot where he had been. Ignoring his gashed thigh, Conan ran, the sounds of Jandar shrieking to the gods for mercy echoing in his ears. When the Sumerian reached the altar chamber, Sharrock was peering down the passage. from a safe distance. "What was that screaming?" the astrologer asked, then added thoughtfully, "It stopped." "Jondar's dead," Conan said, looking for Yazbet. He found her slicing the dead cult member's robes into some sort of garment, using the very dagger Davinia had intended for her heart. The blonde knelt fearfully nearby, bruised but unbloodied, gagged with the remnants of her own golden silks. A strip of the same material bound her hands, another circled her neck as a leash, with the end firmly in Yazbet's grasp. Suddenly the earth moved. The floor heaved, twisted, and sagged toward the chamber from which Conan had fled. "It's eating its way into the bowels of the earth," he muttered. Sharrak eyed him quizzically. "It? What? Nothing could—" Again the ground danced, but this time it did not stop. Lamps crashed from the ceiling, splattering patches of burning oil. Dust rose, beaten into the air by the quivering of the floor, a floor that was tilting more with every heartbeat. "No time!" Conan shouted, grabbing Yazbet's hand. "Run!" And he suited his actions to his words, drawing Yazbet behind him, and perforce Davinia, for the dark-eyed woman would not loosen her grip on the blonde's leash. With surprising swiftness, Sharrak followed. Down crumbling halls they ran, past flame-filled rooms, priceless rugs and rare tapestries the fuel. Dust filled the air, and shards of stone from collapsing ceilings. Then they were outside, into the night. But there was no safety. The rumblings of the ground filled the air as if Erlich himself walked the face of the earth, making it tremble beneath his footsteps. Great trees toppled like weeds, and tall spires fell thunderously in ruin. Here there were people, hundreds of them, fleeing in all directions, fur-capped Hyrcanians mixed with saffron-robed cult members. But safety did not always come with flight. Ahead of him, Conan saw a rift open in the earth beneath the very feet of 4 running men, 3 with shaven heads, 1 in a bulky sheepskin coat. When the Cimmerian reached the spot, the ground had closed again, sealing all 4 in a common tomb. Other fissures were opening as well, great crevasses that did not close. A tower tilted slowly, shaking with the earth, and slid whole into a great chasm that widened and lengthened even as Conan looked. At the wall there was no need to climb. Great lengths of it had fallen into rubble. Over these piled stones they scrambled. Conan would not let them slow. Memories of the blasted lands drove him on, away from the compound, into the forest surrounding, further and further, till even his great muscles quivered with effort and he half-carried and half-dragged Yazbet and Davinia. With shocking abruptness the land was still. Dead silence hung in the air. A new sound began, a hissing roar, building. Hanging onto a tree, Sharrak looked a question at Conan. "The sea," Conan panted. The women stirred tiredly in his encircling grasp. "The fissures have reached the sea." Behind them the sable sky turned crimson. With a roar, fiery magma erupted, scarlet fountains mixed with roaring geysers of steam as the sea sought the bowels of the earth. The air stirred, became a zephyr, a gale, a whirlwind rushing into battle with the ultimate void. Conan tried to hold the women against the force of that wind, but the strength of it grew seemingly without end. One moment he was standing, the next he was down, his hold on the women gone, clutching the ground lest he be sucked back toward the Holocaust. Dirt, leaves, branches, even stones filled the air in a hail. "Hold on!" he tried to shout to them, but the fury of the wind drove the words back in his teeth. Then the earth began to heave again. The Cimmerian had only an instant to see a broken branch flying toward him, and then his head seemed to explode into blackness. Epilogue. Conan woke to daylight. The flat coastal forest had become rolling hills, covered with a tangle of uprooted trees. Yazbet. Scrambling to his feet, he began to pick his way among trees tossed like jackstraws, calling her name without reply. Then, as he topped a hill, he fell silent in amazement. The hills were not the only change that had been wrought upon the land. A bay now cut into the land, its surface covered thickly with dead fish. Wisps of steam rolled up from that water, and he was ready to wager that despite all of the sea to cool it, the waters in that bay would remain hot for all time. "The compound stood there," a hoarse voice said, and Sharok limped up to stand beside him. Somehow he saw the astrologer had kept his staff through all that had occurred. Now he leaned on it tiredly, his robes torn and his face muddy. "I do not think fishermen will often cast their nets in those waters," Conan replied. Sharok made a sign against evil. "Have you seen Yasbet?" The astrologer shook his head. "I have seen many, mainly cult members, leaving this place as fast as they can. I have seen Tamur and half a dozen of the Hyrcanians wanting only to be gone from Turan, yet unsure of their welcome at home. I wager we'll find them in a tavern in Agrapur. I saw Akman hurrying west." His voice saddened. "Yasbet, I fear, did not survive." "I did too, you old fool," the girl's voice called. A broad smile appeared on Conan's face as he watched her clamber up the hill, still leading Davinia on her leash, and Akiba following close behind. All three were streaked with mud, a condition the Cimmerian realized for the first time that he shared. "I lost my sword," she announced when she reached them. A narrow length of saffron was her only garment, affording her little more covering than the tavern girls of Agrapur, but if anything, her costume seemed to add to her jauntiness. "But I'll get another one. You owe me more lessons, Conan." Her smile became mischievous. "In the sword and other things." Akiba coughed to hide a grin. Sharok openly leered. "You'll get your lessons," Conan said. "But why are you still pulling Davinia about? Set her free or kill her if that's your wish. You have the right, for she would have killed you." The blonde's knees buckled. She crouched weeping at Yasbet's feet, her beauty hidden by layers of filth. "I'll do neither," Yasbet said, after studying the cringing woman. "I'll sell her to a brothel. 'Tis all she's fit for, and a fitting place for her." Davinia moaned into her gag. The horror in her eyes indicated she might rather be slain. "And thus," Yasbet added, "will I get the wherewithal for my sword." "I am as glad as any to see the rest of you," Akiba said, "but I would as soon be gone from this place." "Yes," Sharok said excitedly, "I must return to Agrapur. With the powers of my staff proven, I can double, no, triple my fees. You will attest to that, will you not, Akiba?" "Attest to what?" the soldier demanded. "Are you making claims about that stick again?" Offering a helping hand to Yasbet, Conan started down the hill away from the bay toward Agrapur. "Jandar called you by another name than Yasbet," he said as she scrambled after him. "What was it?" "You must have misheard," she told him blandly. "Yasbet is all the name I have." Davinia pressed forward, making urgent sounds at Conan through her gag. Yasbet glared over her shoulder. "Do you want a sound switching before you're sold?" Eyes wide with shock, the blonde fell silent, and thereafter would not even meet the Cimmerian's gaze. Conan nodded to himself. Clearly Yasbet was lying, but some said that was a woman's right. He would not press her on it. Snatches of conversation drifted forward from the two men behind. "If Conan saw it, let him attest to it. I saw nothing. But you are a sergeant, an official, as it were. Can you not see how much better your word would be? I'm certain Conan will tell you what he saw." The smile Conan had worn since seeing Yasbet alive widened even further. For all the days before, there was much to be said for this day. He was alive, with a little gold. He checked his pouch to see if the 2 coins still rested there. They did. Good friends, and a pretty woman. What more could any man ask for? What more? End of the Conan Chronicles. Conan the Invincible, Conan the Defender, Conan the Unconquered, by Robert Jordan.